Gemini through Flash. We do have to correct our plan that we made here. Our general process is create these docs. We're going to merge these into one endpoint because they're the same place. Actually, I want to ask if I do this, how are Meta's app reviews doing? Yes, it has. Okay, so I'm going to use Gemini 3 for that on my Chrome. So currently, look at this architecture. I want you to take a look at the schema chooser, whatever we named it. Sometimes it does this too. Allow you to attach. I'll just find it. I don't see it. Oh, we're not in docs. That's why. Okay. Here it is. This one here. Whatever. I'll just restart this because it's not working. To attach the files. So I'm attaching the files. So what we want to understand is take a look at the schema router. Right now, I believe it's hooked up to okay, that's what I expected. Because we didn't hook up the auto attach to the mobile app data yet. So we need to do that in our upcoming plan here. Let me make sure we didn't start implementing. Good. Start doc. Now we're working on. So the first step before we do this, I'll put in the notes here. We're going to merge the endpoints. We're chatting with market data, mobile app data. But in our plan, hey Tantheon, Tanthlin. I haven't tried Verdant AI. Let me look it up. Like one of these autonomous agentic coding with multiple agents. This is what it looks like. Looks like a VS Code thing. Thanks for the suggestion. I always like to look at some alternatives. One of the reasons is you can get some free credits too. So every time you try something new. But right now, since we have our subscription with Cloud Code, we get more than we need. So recently we haven't needed to do that. Let's see here. So how does it currently work? Is it like right before it sends it to the pipeline and sending the router, the endpoint sends it to this auto attach, and then it goes to the question pipeline? Let's go ahead and make a new folder for the schema router, because right now it's just we're just floating in docs. So make a new folder and put the schema router architecture in there. And go ahead and make a new doc that's kind of like an overview of what the question pipeline is doing. That should be kind of a short doc, but just it should be in the same format as this. Okay, cool. Once we have that, we'll build a better understanding, and then it's just a matter, we're going to do first thing, the two things. Let me put it in. Merge the endpoints, and then also add the router for mobile app data. Hey, Bravo, welcome back. So we're also going to do some fun things today too, where we're going to add in Nancy Pelosi's data to the companies and Jim Cramer's, the inverse Jim Cramer index. So we'll ask some questions to, I don't know if you guys have seen that stuff, but it's kind of funny. They're I don't know if you guys have, but if you want me to explain it, I can. Yeah, that's what we're going to do too. Thanks for reminding me. I just forgot I was doing that. We're going to hook it up here. I'm seeing that Google Gen AI SDK doesn't support. Oh, right. That's because that's how Jay did. Doing it over here. Yes. Okay. Google Gen AI supports Gemini 3 Flash. Nice. Okay, cool. So yeah, we can put it in. Go ahead and do that everywhere. I'll just ask here. Can you put in, I'm gonna clear it though, because it thinks it doesn't exist. I'm just gonna paste exactly what Gemini told me, so it understands the situation. We're gonna go ahead and replace everywhere with Gemini 3 Flash. I want you on the chat to still have the option for Gemini 2.5 Flash, and go ahead and replace the Gemini 2.5 Pro. And we don't need to replace it, it's just there. Really? I looked up yesterday that they did allow for the API, but it could have been a hallucination. Yeah, it looks like they have a little preview. Also not, we'll try it. Put in the... Doesn't hurt to try. Yeah, I think it appears to be quite good. Better than 2.5 Pro, way cheaper, faster. But we will see for ourselves at some point. Oh yeah, Open Router. Yeah, we did that. That's a good point. Thank you, Santian. You can set that up. Okay, so it added it. Let's go ahead and... Oh, it just did the plan for some reason. Continue. Cool, so I'm going to read this doc here. So take a look at this file here. I want you to make two files. It's going to be called implementation overview, question pipeline, implementation overview, and another doc, implementation overview, mobile app. And you're going to show the differences currently and have the full one here so we can go through each. I think that's it. I think that's all I need to attach. How's everyone doing? Like there's people here. I don't know if it's early morning for all of you. So we're going to correct this because it's a little confusing. Should segment this out. Or at least add it before. Oh, hey, Mr. Thank you. We're making steady progress. It might look kind of slow, but slow and steady, you know. The alternative is we just kind of like throw a bunch of stuff at it, but eventually it's going to have some issues. So we got to do a little more planning. We'll probably make a video at some point, like kind of what's our process for this? Okay, we updated to Gemini 3 Flash. Let's see if that works. I'm not really sure. Cool. So what we're going to do probably throughout the day is just like experiment, see if whenever we do have, occasionally we do have a LM error, like it uses the wrong library function or something. We're going to go ahead and, these must be cold wherever you are. Not sure. Yeah, that's true. Dude, I don't know why I'm always cold in the mornings. You can turn up the temp, but then you don't sleep as well, so. Well, I guess that's why I'm cold in the mornings, because it's dumb thing to say. But yeah. Because I refuse to turn up the temperature. That's why. So, I don't know if any of you guys used Gemini 3 Flash for coding. I think Gremlin did. I suppose we could try it maybe for the smaller changes because it's probably faster, right? Like, for example, when we're working on the docs, what if we just use Flash? Maybe is it in anti-gravity? Cool. Restart. I think there's a good chance. Cool. Yeah, let's do it. It's faster. It's as good as Gemini 3. Wow, as good as Gemini 3 Pro? Damn. A minus maybe 50, but still that's good. So let me see the change log here. Nice, yep, so it looks like we got it. I like how quickly they rolled it out too. Everywhere. Cool, let's change this to this one. We're gonna do our some of our work here today. Okay, I'm gonna read this doc real quick that I made. Didn't put it in the right place. It is what it is. Yeah, this is a kind of simple version. Check the other one. This one doesn't have that, which I really like that. I guess it didn't make it because it realized it doesn't exist. I want to correct the implementation. This one, okay. We need to reflect that it's going to go. There's two things we need to change. Okay, let's just make this one. Just make one of them. Okay, so we're going to change. So for the question and the mobile app data, we need to put in between that it's going to the schema router. We're going to be very explicit about that that's what's happening in that overview section where we're like drawing it out. So the question goes to the schema router, and then it goes to the other stuff. Because otherwise it's going to be confused, I think. That's why we're doing that. And then we'll do more in Gemini 3 Flash. Okay. I want to create a new plan, which is merging the endpoints and stuff. I want to create a new plan. doc/points merge chat endpoints. We are merging the deep insights and query chat endpoints to be one. It should forward to the schema router, which forwards to the right location to answer the question. If the user did not select their data, the user did select this. Install anti-gravity toolkit extension, shows quote and time left. Oh, that is kind of nice. Yeah, we'll definitely do that. But you're right, I'm mostly using Cloud Code, but probably today we're going to use it a lot more. Let me download that. Save this just in case. Extensions. I'm not seeing it. Strange. Maybe is there another name? Let's see. Anti-gravity toolkit extension. It's just called toolkit. Just type in toolkit. Oh, here it is. Here it is. You're talking about this, the quote, right? That's cool. Yep. I'm gonna download this. Oh, toolkit for anti-gravity. Okay. Strangeness. Oh, I see. It's this message right here. Probably, right? Yeah, change where... Okay. It's fine for now. Just let me know what's going on there. Not really sure if you already went through that situation. Forwards to the right location, answered the question. If the user attached the data themselves, we need to just very simply route based on what data they attached. We could create a little simple router file for this. Anti-gravity panel. Okay. I think I saw that one when I was looking. And you said it's the TA logo. Yeah, I'm not sure. Strangeness. This is like way down here. There are some, like, I see there are some tools though. Anti-gravity usage. We could download, try some of these. If you drink a bottle of Brando, you'll be I'd be banned probably. Speedrunning alcoholism. We could create a little simple router. Okay, cool. I'm gonna send that. Create this doc. This planning doc. How much have you spent on your project? Total. I'm not going to include the stuff from 6 months ago, I guess, because that wasn't really. We were just kind of building a game. Not really so concerned with the money aspect, but probably in the last month here, roughly, or I guess 2 weeks, 200. Let me think. Because I spent for the subscription, I guess 250. But some of that, we're going to be utilizing for the next couple weeks here, because it's a subscription for Cloud Code. So. And Gemini 2 Flash is good at design too. Okay, I'm allowed to make this change. For anti-gravity over cursor, they're kind of the same sort of deal, but anti-gravity gives you a lot of free credits, so I tend to hit the rate limit with cursor really quickly. Compared to Opus, a lot cheaper, yeah. That's true, Gremlin. It's true. It's hard to... It's like called like Goodhart's Law or something. But maybe if you look, there's some private benchmarks. Maybe those are maybe more reliable. Not really sure. From the US Bird Lab. Okay, let's look at this plan. We don't really need a plan for docs. Creating a plan for the plan. Cool, unnecessary. Okay, so I believe it is this same doc. Yes. No. It's not this doc. Wow, I need to clean this up. This is a little confusing. Okay, cool. So this is what it's going to be. Accidentally. Oops. Here it is. We're going to merge these two first into one. Right now when we were working on it in the beginning, we separated them to two. for testing, but it's just going to be like one here. We added this, it already exists, but we want to make sure in this doc it's really clear how this is working. And then we jump into these two separate areas. For every set of data that we add, we're going to have a new section here. We're going to add, maybe today, it's going to be custom data. So we will, based on what the user put in, we will figure out their schema, and we will allow them to generate their own charts. And that'll also allow us to test in the future. When we want to add something new, we just upload to the custom section. So you can think of this like, for every data set we have, we're creating a new, it's basically, we're passing in the schema, generating the code for how to query this data with the LLM's help, doing some validations and executions, and then mapping it so that way we can render it correctly in the chart. Because every data is going to be a little different. So we need special little mappers to make it compatible with our renders. I think this is looking pretty good. So I'm going to leave this doc. And we're going... so I'm not super happy with the speed, I guess, of this. But I have a feeling it's because I'm using it in anti-gravity. This is supposedly Gemini 3 Flash. We just wanted to create a doc here. Historically, I never really... Oh, what I should do is switch it to the fast. So that's maybe on me. Let's do that. I'm going to run this again. I'm just going to stop it because I'm kind of... Well, I'll leave it going. It doesn't hurt. Yeah, we'll see which one finishes first. They're both going to make the same files, so a little confusing, but... So first step, merge these two. Maybe I could try using Gemini 3 in like Cursor or something just to see. Like compare the speeds. It actually modified code. Okay. I'm gonna stop it. Stop. I just want to make a doc. Let's see here. What did it even do? Some weird stuff. Oh, I discarded the Gemini 3 Flash. It's okay, small change. So I believe I reload, it shouldn't be here, right? Oh, it is. Huh. Okay. Must have been another file. It also started to implement this, which I didn't want to do yet. I guess we can leave it and see if it's any good. But no, it's a little too complicated. Just be based on the... I think it's actually probably right. Yeah, I discard. Okay, cool. I'm gonna run this chat in Opus. It's kind of weird. I told her very explicitly I want to create a new plan, merge chat endpoints. It didn't even make the plan. I kind of wonder if maybe it's because Anti-Gravity has instructions probably for creating their implementation plan. I wonder if somehow those kind of conflicted, maybe. Not sure. I didn't need that type actually. Merging the deep tab. I'm just going to attach directly so it doesn't have to get confused with this whole file. How this works. Why did it do that? Oh yeah, that's right. Forgot about that. And once we have the plan, we'll create the tests, execute the plan, add comments to the implementation plan, submit to review. The only thing about that though is I want to be able to save all of our plans, you know, because it's just very useful to have them in the docs. I guess let's see if we can. So I guess I'd have to copy paste it and do that. I guess I could do that. That's not that much labor. I suppose so. Yeah, I could just take these implementation plans, create the doc myself, then continue. That's fair, actually. Yeah. But to be honest, I really like how Opus 4.5 makes these little diagrams. This is cool. Like, yeah, we can communicate that in this prose, but Well, that's see, that's what I did, Bravo. I told it to create this dock, and it just didn't do it. So what I was thinking is maybe the instruction, maybe they're sending the instruction for an anti-gravity to create this plan, and maybe there was some conflict, maybe. And I did it in 2 chats, and they started to implement it. And well, they created this plan, and then didn't create the. I thought it was an implementation plan for creating the plan, but it actually went to implementing. So I think, yeah, probably just some conflict in kind of instructions, I guess. Oh, okay. So you're saying in anti-gravity, we can be making these diagrams. Extension. I don't have the extension. I just kind of use NVim. I have to add that particular plan file. Oh, it's not a plan file. It's I wanted to create a new doc. But you're right. Maybe I should have said I want to create a new plan in this, and then put MD. Create this file. Be a little more explicit, I suppose. But yeah. I'm not saying it's not unfixable. I can fix it. Like, just have to be a little more explicit probably, and add the create a mermaid diagram instruction and all these things. But I do like kind of just, it does the. I don't need to specify it, I guess. Just a preference. Okay. Picture. Yes. Looks right. I'm gonna read the doc now. No, I don't have the mermaid diagram extension. Are you guys saying that it would show if I did? Or you're saying if I say, hey, please create the mermaid diagram here in my prompts, I have the extension, then it won't do it. I could do that, or I could just ask Opus 4.5 and it makes it every time, so I'd rather just do that, I guess. And I was using Gemini 3 Flash there. It wasn't faster, at least in the... I'm not saying Gemini 3 Flash is good. Gemini 3 Flash is good, but within anti-gravity, it seems to be kind of slow. Has that been your guys' experience? I probably need to run a few more tests, I guess, to conclude anything, though. So we're going to merge chat. Oh, quota extension. I did not see it when I was looking in extensions. I looked at the panel, toolkits. I did not see it anywhere. Saw this one, but not sure. Opener you for testing other people's plugins for Cloud Code. I do have to be a little careful, just kind of installing stuff, I guess. So, but if it's open source, feel free to send it to me. Yeah, we did this, Bravo. Fortunately, I'm wondering if it's maybe because are you on a different marketplace or something? See, it's don't see anything. Oh, I found it. It's down here. Since it only has like 800 downloads, I probably won't, because I don't know. But yeah. Sure, I'll look at the repo. The link isn't working for me. I mean, in terms of the, I guess check if you have a typo there with your GitHub profile. All right. Yeah, I probably, let's see, install cloud. Yeah, I probably won't add it until I need to look at the repo, and because you gotta be careful and just installing stuff. Unless it's like, unless it already has a lot of reviews and things. All right, no offense, but yeah. Cool, so that looks good to me. I have a little simple router here. Yeah, that all makes sense. Yeah, this is, this part is not right. I think it kind of made this up. Doesn't exist. Oops. Yeah. No worries, Matt. So it's you made like a plugin there for Cloud Code. What does it do? So it looks like you kind of made up a unified schema router. We probably don't need this because those routers are just going to route directly, like the simple router and the the schema router. They'll do it for us. I kind of get why I made that though. Because we're going to duplicate some logic for that, but not too much routes. But if we're going to do this, we can just remove this, and it would just go directly. Well, maybe not. Just a few words on usage. Let's do a plan. Let's go to swarm. Behavior is that architect sub-agent preps a plan divided into waves for execution. Cool. Sounds so very like hands-off. Oh, that's a nice feature. Documents as it goes. The alternative is this just routes. It's very simple, and then this one routes. Oh no, this could just be here, right? Because at this point, we've already attached the data. Oh yeah, so we just remove this. This is here. Simple router is here. And this goes directly, this goes through this first, and then goes here. Okay, gotcha. So we're gonna redesign this so it's simple router is what schema router will go to, since it's just selecting where to go based on what data was attached. So So the expected behavior is that the user attaches their own data. It just skips the schema router and goes directly to the simple. So unified research router is just the simple router. So we remove this, but it should do that for us. We're going to be very explicit in this plan not to create backwards compatibility because I just know that's going to be in here somewhere. Do not see it yet. Maybe it listens to us now. Oh, did you guys see the Cloud Code version today? They fixed the blinking. The guy posted on Twitter. That's kind of nice. Yes, finally, Matt. It was also a little laggy for me. I haven't seen the lag yet, so that's good. Like before it was laggy. Now it's not, I think. Yeah, supposedly, I'll show you guys the Twitter post. He says it's like, it's a really hard fix or something. Like redesigned how they're all, like all of their rendering works or something. Let me pull it up. Well, okay, so I guess they didn't eliminate it, but reduced it as best we can go for. Rendering terminal. Cool. Yeah, I guess, yeah. So the tests generate thousands of random UI states. So they ran like simulations, I guess, to try to fix this problem. Hey Armando, how's it going? Working on a financial research investment tracker and newsletter. Right now we're working on designing a feature, but we need to do some things first. So we're doing planning, creating docs, reading it. Oh yeah, see, I knew it. It's gonna do it. It always does. The backwards compatibility stuff. Don't allow it to do this. It doesn't matter that I put in the system rules. Have you guys noticed I made a video where I was like talking about the system rules? But the reason I removed it is because it didn't actually work. Like it started to add it back, the backwards compatibility stuff. So I don't want to distract people. Like tends to kind of ignore my system prompt and do this anyway. Now you might wonder, why is this so bad? Well, it creates weird bugs that's confusing to figure out. Because there'll be like this weird stuff where you'll be like, what? This is a different chart totally. And like, was that an LLM error? But no, it's just like a web of logic, fallback logic. And you're like, no. Okay, so let's look at the updated file. User attaches, it skips the it's fine. That makes sense. Okay. So please remove all the backwards compatibility stuff. He said, I'm just gonna, that's fine. He said, and let's now create a test plan for this. So put it in the same folder. And then we are going to implement the test plan as much as we can first. So some unit tests and things. Yes, Matt. It's so annoying. It's every layer. It's like not only on the code, but you know, the database, everything. It tries to keep backwards compatibility. So every time you have to tell it to stop that. If you have actual users, that's one thing, but we do not. So that'd be cool if there's like a way to really enforce these system prompts, because for whatever reason it doesn't listen to what I said. Yeah, for sure, Matt. I could like attach the doc every time. I could maybe do that, like instructions. So we just really, I'll put it in the docs maybe, create like a little folder. I'd say for the particular feature we're working on right now, I'm not really sure this process is saving a lot of time, because it's not like this is a very involved change, but definitely makes it a little less, nicer, because I don't really like having to write like tons of tests myself. So I think it saves time maybe for the tests, because this is a smaller change. So check itself backwards. Yeah. Yeah. You're right. We could do something like that. I think that's a pretty good idea. I think at this point it's worth doing, because if you miss it, it's kind of annoying to go iterate. So I'm going to create a new section. I'll move from here. Force system prompts. Or we'll just call it instructions. And what I'm going to do is copy our system prompts into there. I guess we can cross this out here. what you love designing. Let's do all the work, yeah. Yeah. Well, that's good that you love designing. It's a good skill. I think it only becomes more important because like everyone always wants to look different, you know? No one likes to look like everyone else, so kind of hard to replace. Well, I guess it's a mix, right? You want to look enough like everyone else, but you also want like your own unique spin on it. Okay, let's just go through this and make sure everything makes sense, but it sounds like we're getting there. Actually, what is this? This is weird. I'm gonna ask. Why do we need this phase 4 here? Hey, Gremlin, I actually didn't give up. The reason is I'm going to do it off stream, but yesterday I didn't have time because you saw how slow it made my computer with running all those Docker containers. The problem is I have a lot of, when I start up Docker, I think there's a lot of things running. And with streaming and everything, it's a bit slow. So I'll probably do it off stream today, I think, because I have time today. And because I agree what you're saying, like it makes a lot of sense. Because especially as our docs are growing, it's gonna be a lot easier if it can just find everything for us. Hey, Anne's human. I'll just put this in the chat so you can for yourself. A little easier. What is this? No. Please don't have that. So what you need to understand is how this is going to work. So actually, it's fine. I mean, it's just attaching to what we currently have that we're going to replace, but okay, I guess. You see. Actually, you know what? Let's go ahead and run the other plan first to create this mobile app, the new one. Then when we run this, it's going to hook it up directly to the new one. So we don't have to hook it up to the old one, then undo it, hook it up to the new one. So we have our other plan we'll start running. Just make sure it looks good. Yeah, that's fair. I think... So Next.js we use for kind of just prototyping stuff generally. I'm kind of with you. They have a lot of problems, but it is nice to just be able to very quickly deploy and don't need to do a lot. This is the doc we're gonna run. That's this. Yeah. Just create this part. So we already created the tests, some tests for this, the unit tests. So we're gonna start the implementation because then we can do the. So just the tan stack, quick, so much lighter. Sounds good. Yeah. I'm looking it up here. I'm reading a little more about it. Hand stack. Oh. Yeah, worth investigating. I'm kind of reading it. Seems like people are liking it as an alternative to Next.js. I haven't. When did it come out? Hand stack. 2022. Gotcha. Cool. Yeah, worth investigating, I would say. Yeah, it is. I think it makes some sense what you're saying for sure. Just making sure it didn't add any bad stuff. Backwards compatibility in particular before we run it. I notice it's repeating some information. I'm gonna ask it to. So I notice you're repeating some information over and over again in this doc. Can we clean it up, make it a little more concise, and don't have multiple sections talking about the same thing. Got a project for simple change, take 3 minutes. Like on dev, yeah, it's definitely. Like, I guess I'm just used to it. Like, when I'm working on some prototype, just quickly deploy. I can have everything there, but like, if I can get something that's faster, less problems, same benefits. I imagine there's probably also some problems with the alternative, but yeah, it's just trade-offs, right? Hey, Anarchy, how's it going? Pretty good. We're writing documents, and then we're going to start implementing this. This one is when we would save time by doing this, because this is a big change. Actually, you know what I'm going to do? I'm just going to ask it to, let's go ahead and not hook it up to that end part where it actually sends it to the mobile app pipeline, because we're going to replace that part. So just make that explicit in the plan. So just say, like, you know, this is what it's going to be, but just don't hook it up yet. You're just, you're going to leave a space for the hookup. It should work. The hookup is going to be this plan, and I'm attaching the other plan. That way we can start going. How would you say you are? How far would you say you are with this project? We're making good progress. I would say within the next, like, 3 days, I want to add some more data, and then maybe work on the charts a bit, and then probably work on the today's brief. I want to have something in the morning as well. Right now it's just in the evening. So if someone logs on in the morning, they can't really read a whole lot. And then I think we're kind of good to go then. And then I do have to figure out some data stuff, like what are we collecting exactly? What is that going to look like? And just do a little bit of research about before because right now it's not deployed the backend because I don't want to figure that out first. Yeah. There's a couple options we can do, right? We can try to make it like a privacy oriented thing where it's like we only store this on your browser, but then it makes it a little bit harder to do AI portfolio insights if we can't store that information. And there's a lot of benefits we can offer if we do store the information. The downsides is we potentially have people's financial information, right? And that comes with a set of things, right, that you need to be very careful. So yeah, I'm still kind of debating that, what exactly we'll do. Where's your location? Europe. I'm in the US. Cool. So I'm ready to send this one. I'll commit the docs. Just a lot of docs. Docs in Gemini 3. Yeah, like GDPR and all that stuff. So it'll take a little bit of thinking. I guess for now, like maybe in our... Well, the problem is once you decide on something, right? If you decide, hey, I'm going to store it in browser, but then you change it later, you kind of have to make sure everyone knows what you're doing, you know? You have to send a communication. And so I'd prefer to kind of get it decided before we do that, right? Like, I'm not even sure, like... Well, yeah, I don't think you could change it later, right? Like, I feel like that would be really weird. Like, they think it's not stored, and if you communicate to them it's not stored, and then you decide to change it. Maybe you could do something where you don't store it for old users. I don't know. It's just kind of weird. So, yeah. Okay, so it updated the docs. Okay, I'm gonna just check it one more time before we send it. Okay, it's pretty short to the point. Let's do it. Implement this and create the tests for them. Under GDPR, you pretty much would just need to be transparent, plus according to them, you're legally responsible if anyone gets their hands on the data. Exactly, yes. I think you're right. You know, there's nothing wrong inherently with storing that data as long as you're very transparent and you have in your privacy policy and you just make it very clear. But like you said, there's some sort of thing, some vulnerability. That's where you can get into a little bit of problems. Because that is kind of important data for a lot of people. So that's where, like, I guess it'd be negligence, right? Like if you have some security vulnerability somewhere that people can read your database, that's where you could get into some issues. I don't think we have anything at the moment. I think we fixed everything, but we have our database rules. But yeah, just make sure, you know. Run a lot of tests. I should build a bunch of tests for that. If we do decide to store the data, we need to have like a good suite to be totally sure about that. I'm 27. How's it going? El Canalde? Thanks for the follow. Okay, the questions flow through data schema router. Good. I think this one we can probably start. Okay, let's go ahead and do it. I'm debating, should I wait till this other one finishes first? Wait, that would be really cool if I could assign a branch for each task. Oh yeah, I could do that. You just run a... I haven't been doing that. Like, how would you do that though? You'd need two separate repos, right? To like, let's say I wanted to assign a branch for this task and this other one's running, creating files. Oh, maybe there's like, I'm gonna ask it. Possible to create a, to only be making changes in this, for this plan in one branch, while the other one, the other, what would the commands look like? This. Yeah, it has work trees. Yeah, but I'm thinking like, is it going to actually run the command every time it makes an edit of the file? You know what I mean? Like they're both editing the files, but they need to make sure like that it really respects the instruction and it doesn't start to edit it. Yeah, I know I can use branches to change, but what I'm asking is like at the same time in the same repo. I guess you could clone the repo twice and just have two tasks running, and then you merge it. Oh yes, because then it's kind of like you have a two people working on it, right? So that's like the exact flow of like people working on it. You got clone two repos. Yeah, I know. Same repo. Oh, is that work trees? Right. Okay, cool. So let's maybe do that at some point because that could be a nice way to speed it up. I guess, Matt, that's kind of what you were working on, right? You said you had like a swarm. Yeah. Thanks, guys. But let's do it. I'll make a directory for, it's going to be called like, I guess we could call it work trees. I don't know. Okay. Gotcha. So you don't have them doing it in different branches? Yeah. And the subagents doing work, not using this context. So it should have merged the endpoints here. I'm asking if it actually did it, because I don't see it in the chat. Plugin for. Okay. Cool. Let's go ahead and merge the endpoints. Let's create tests for it as well. It should have been in the plan, so let me read. Maybe I removed it at some point. Oh, no worries, Matt. Plan. Hey, Ennistown, how's it going? Before you begin, tell me what files you are going to change and edit. This is just me clarifying, because it's going to create a ton of files and it shouldn't edit very much, so I want to make sure. How much do you pay for Cloud Code monthly? I'm doing the $200 one. So if task takes longer, yeah. So you're basically running into the problem of limited context, so I deal with that. Interesting. So I guess that seems to be a common thing, because another tool that I was going to try is that Archon that Gremlin suggested, and that's kind of a way that we can try to limit context too. It just like sends what exactly we need from our docs and whatever else you wanted to attach. Be one maybe helpful thing. Okay, new files, great. Perfect. Okay, let's go ahead and implement this. So I'm going to go into our work trees. It's probably a tool to more easily do that. Just very quickly start a new I wanted to make sure, double check it's running in the other one. Oh, thanks, Matt. Didn't know that was a command. Wow, okay. I'm learning new things. It always needs a stash. Cool. Yeah. I like this quite a bit better from what I'm reading so far from what I do. Usually I like stash, switch branches, then make the change, then merge. But this is going to save me a little bit of time, as well as do what we're doing here a lot easier. So we have two kind of parallel changes going on. We don't want them all conflicting with each other at the same time. Looks like we got 29 passed. Or no, they're all passed. Good. So we're going to see what it did. And the... it's this one. We can't really test this yet. We can't really do an... wait, how did the integration tests work? It's probably not going through the full thing. End to end. That's what we want next. Yeah. Because we still got to attach it to this part is doing on the left here. When did you start your YouTube channel? I started, I guess I had it a long time, but I started streaming February, and then I kind of along, there's March, I think, this year. Took like a little break. Yes. There's Argentina. Nice. Argentina, very cool place. Bird. Someone with useful advice on Git. There's yeah. I mean, it's like, it's kind of crazy, you know, I use Git for so many years. I guess I just never really, well, I didn't really need it, I guess, this idea before, because I would just stash and switch. But in this case, it definitely would be helpful to do that command. And probably there were scenarios that would have been helpful that I could save me time that I think about. So it's very cool. Thanks for the tip there. You can run cloud inside. We got working. Inside, what does that say? Text is so small. Inside. Oh, GitHub desktop. Got it. Really? Is that what you're saying? You can run cloud inside GitHub desktop? Or a plugin or something? I don't know if that's what you're saying. Oh, maybe you're saying on like... No, I'm not sure. Never mind. Let me know. Did you finish? How many days will it take? Hey, soda head. Probably 3 days, I'm thinking. I know I said that like a couple days ago, but I just want to get it so people can add their own data. Yesterday we tested with Julius, and we tried making charts in different areas, and I like our charts. Ours are faster too. We're using the Flash model. That's it. But we're going to make it so people can upload their own data too. And then we'll get their schema, and then we'll make cool charts like these. Repo called get IDE. Oh, I see. Okay, got it. It's another repo. Gotcha. Souped up version of GitHub. Oh, I see. It is GitHub Desktop. Wait, that's kind of interesting. Okay, let me look it up. Just out of curiosity. You guys give lots of good suggestions. Gotcha, Gremlin. Gotcha. Of course they do. I looked around. I assume it's this, right? I mean, I looked up indigent systems, but I could not see anything. I wish I had like a little video. I could understand what it is. But I guess, like you said, right? It's just like GitHub Desktop enhanced. Maybe there's like a little terminal I can code, and got my cloud code running. Oh, that's not it. Oh, interesting. Going long before Git existed. Paid them a damn penny for it. Yeah. So Git IDE. That's what I typed. I'll show you. Git IDE. Typed indigent systems. Is it this here? Oh. Yeah. Feel free to join our Discord, and or just ask. You don't have to join it. Just DM me on Discord, whatever. Can you go ahead and merge the endpoint now? I'm going to make sure I won't say one thing and integrate with the front end. I guess I'll check on the other one, how that one's going. This one's a huge, but it's mostly just creating new files, so we're not really modifying anything. That is nice because we can always just get rid of it. Cool. Hey, this one looks fine. I'll switch back. Just making all the right files, so. And ask it to make tests for the new endpoint as well. This one is just start compiling everything. Never runs the source, so these commands fail. Cool. Well, will be the test. Now we can go ahead and start our integration tests. So I'm going to attach the test plan. Before we start this testing plan here, do we need to actually integrate it with the chat endpoint that we're creating? Or can we just create some tests? We have some unit tests, but can we build the integration tests now? Compaction beware. Thanks, Matt. I think in this case, we're kind of depending on our plans for the context. So I don't think I need the conversation context too much. But we'll see. Sometimes weird stuff happens, but we'll just fix it. Okay, so it should have merged the endpoints now. What did you name this endpoint? This new one? Oh, I think it's down here. Oh. Sure, sounds good. I'll take a look. Oh, I see. Is this like... Oh, is this kind of like your project, you're saying? Gotcha. Well, cool. I'll maybe check that out there at some point. That's cool. You guys can share your projects too on the Discord too if you want. We'll like try each other's stuff potentially. Okay. So we'll go ahead and test this. But before I do, I'm going to run the master set of integration tests because our old stuff should still work. We combine these endpoints. So I'm attaching the test doc. Go and run the tests, the full 2E tests on the chat. I think we called them integration tests, but technically let's run 10 of them. And I'm going to go ahead and test it as well. So we're going to try the same questions. Cool, that worked. I'm kind of curious. It seems like the Gemini 2.5 Flash was a little faster. I guess it's a good test. Or in the same question, see, usually it was like... Okay, I guess this question just takes a little bit. Like, the more complex the question, it's like, it takes a while to run the script. So it's not even the LLM, it's just like... It's 100 years worth of data. Flash 3 is slower, it thinks more. Gotcha. 4 terminals at once. Persistence, that's cool. Yeah, that's other terminal open. Gotcha. Cool. Seems like it's working pretty well. We'll go through it real quick, but it seems promising. It's running a lot more tests here. What we're going to scan for here is that it's not doing backwards compatibility stuff. I'm going to read and remove it if it is. So, likes to keep old code. I think that makes sense. This is kind of like a mapper. Just changing the format so that way this router is the same for everything. Yeah, cool. This looks pretty simple, so that is good. Companies. It is called Simple Router, so I don't know if the name helped it keep it simple. Okay, yeah, this is looks like a pretty targeted change, so I think we're all good actually. But I'm gonna try one thing first. We're gonna also explicitly attach the data and make sure that flow works. So if I don't choose auto attach and I attach this, let's maybe work on or just get the UI looking good today for that. It should be like generating a chart. It'd be cool if it's giving you some feedback on what exactly is going on. Like, or it could be fake feedback, right? It's like changing the text. Cloud hooks, stop runs. Cool. So what do you use that for? Are you saying you're using that so when it's triggering this event stops, you do something with that, or maybe I missed a early message? Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and these are all our tests that are running, so probably not gonna commit these. We should need to fix these two, I guess. But pretty sure we had them before. Oh, we definitely had this one working. Okay, I guess we haven't tried that test yet between two different companies. So let's, I guess, make sure that this one works. Run some instruction like verify. Oh, I see. You're talking about earlier when we're trying to like, oh, you're talking about that backwards compatibility thing, right? Like, hey, validate that that you removed old code and all this stuff. I'm going to check this test that failed that we know has worked in the past. I'm going to run it manually because I'm curious if it's one of these like flaky scenarios where the LLM just made some mistake in the code. So it's just like happens every once in a while. So the question here is Apple, China. Here it is. We'll ask the exact question. There it is. I'll try Gemini 3 Flash, and I'll try Gemini... I believe we're using Gemini 3 Flash for the tests now. So we switched it today. Yeah, I should keep it 2.5. Doesn't really matter for the tests. Okay, that worked. Must have been one of those probably, because this is the same scenario. The only thing I can think of is maybe we explicitly attached the data. But I bet it's just one of these flaky things. Oops. How's it going? I don't know. Very hard to pronounce, sorry. FXI. What's your project's name? It's called prismdatafeed.com. But we're going to attach the logs of the tests. Okay. Looks pretty good to me. Actually, this is cool. Okay. Wait. After... Does this chart make sense? So, okay. This is cool because... this is better. So this is definitely this Gemini 3 Flash has made our chart better. Because I'll show you. It never generates that for that question. It always generates things like this, which is fine. But this is giving us a comparison of how Apple did historically. Hey, Evan, how's it going? As well as when China ETF drops. So you can see, hey, Apple tends to outperform when the Chinese ETF drops because they have a lot of factories in China. That you could make that argument, right? Whether that's true or not, but there's 385 cases, so you could say maybe there is like this correlation between the Chinese stocks and Apple because they have the factories in China. So kind of fun. Okay. You're building AI assistant as well. No CR and streaming the results from the LLM. Is that by choice? Oh, I see what you're saying. You're right. So we do stream the results for normal questions. I'll show you. So if I'm asking something, I'm not attaching any data. We stream and we get the thinking there. But for particularly like when they're generating the charts, we're not doing that, I guess. Because it's kind of going through our pipeline there and creating a bunch of scripts. We could have it stream the scripts, I guess. But maybe we just have our own for the user, because the user's not a technical user. So showing them like a bunch of scripts, they're probably gonna be like, okay. So we'll probably maybe add our own version that's just like generating chart. Yeah. Yeah. What are you working on, Mark? A lot of these I'm getting lawyers though. Yeah, let's paste the logs in before we commit that, because I'm not really sure why we're getting that. So I'm going to first ask, do you see any problems with these tests? So I'm kind of testing whether it's, I don't want to ask it a leading question where I tell it exactly what's going on. So that way in the future, our tests will have information if it doesn't have the information needed. Yeah. I agree, Matt. We actually had that before, like a tool executing part. I think that makes sense for sure. Just some sort of feedback. The user knows what's going on. Okay, it's specifically the range band chart mapper. Oh, that explains it. Okay, all the ones that we had trouble with, it's because it shows a chart that might be messed up at the moment. You work on an AI shopping assistant that researches products for you. That's kind of cool. Yeah, it sounds kind of neat, actually. Yeah. I think a really useful thing is like to know the price history and all that stuff, like before I buy something. So I know if I'm getting a good deal, or maybe it's comparing it to competitors, like, hey, this one's actually pretty good. Because it's hard to know, you know, unless you do the research. You can ask Gemini, I suppose, nowadays, but there are a lot of people that might find value in some package like that. Dow oil drop. Cool. Can you tell me specifically what's happening with the range band chart? Is it a simple fix with the chart mapper? Nice. Yeah. Cost for the API. Yeah, you might have to collect a little yourself. You gotta be a little careful with the scraping stuff, though. Yeah, I don't know. Definitely, I agree. It's kind of hard to find the data sets, and then, you know, generally it's not really allowed. So it's like kind of have to figure out what you'll do there. Yeah. It is actually pretty comfortable. It's nice and warm. Probably gonna grab a coffee here, another coffee soon, but I want to fix this mapper problem first. And then we can commit to our recent changes. Oh, we can start the tests on this one too. Nice. When you built this, did you hook it up to that mobile query endpoint? Because we actually removed that in another branch. So I'm just curious, did you hook it up? Because If you did, can you go ahead and just remove that hookup? Oh, I see. So this is a kind of simple fix. The LLM shows a chart that we're not using for that particular question type. But it shouldn't have, because we have a document that explains the patterns. So I wonder if we have a problem with our, maybe we have an extra chart. I mean, there's two questions I have. Number one, does it make sense, given the question types, to use a range band chart? I think it might, but I'm not totally sure. And then for the question type. And then number two, why would the LLM have chose the wrong chart? Don't we say what chart works for this pattern in these files? We might have some conflicting information. We have two files where we kind of should probably fix that. Talk about the patterns. So I'm going to attach both of them. Nice. So we have the hookup. Can we still build the integration tests even without the hookup? Maybe we just wait. We just wait because, yeah. Until we get this part. I know, some blinking. But it is definitely way less than yesterday. Okay, cool. Yep, so that's exactly what we said. We have two files where we see the patterns. And that's a little confusing. We need to go ahead and make these files consistent. So take a look at the patterns in the interface MD. It's fine that we have them both, but we need to make sure that both are updated to be the same as far as what patterns go to each chart. I think let's go ahead and add the range band to this as well. So make that change as well. Add that to the mapper. So you're gonna add this new chart type, because that's pretty simple. You just gotta map the data to the right places on the chart. ChatGPT and Google had this feature though. Yeah. I get what you're saying, Bravo. But sometimes, like, people don't actually, 99% of people don't know the things we know. So I think as long as you have like some marketing, you can get people to think, oh, this AI is different. Because to them, it's all kind of like magic. Like, I don't know if you guys have had this experience, like you show someone, hey, look what AI can do, like, but to them, they're like, okay, well, isn't that what computers already do? It's like, oh no. To them, it's, it's just magic, like they don't, it's hard if you don't, yeah. So I can understand how you could like market and package it. Hey, this AI is particular for this thing. So people download it and they're like, oh yeah, this is my AI for shopping stuff. It's all about the marketing, getting the eyeballs on it. All right. Okay, so it's running the tests. That seems pretty good. was fooling around. I cancel it. Yeah. That explains. Yeah. And it's okay, you know. A lot of stuff about how the computer works is magic to me too. But sometimes you want to be excited. Hey, check this new thing out. And it's like, unfortunately, it's not interesting to them. And that is okay. But cool. So our test passed. Nice. Let's go ahead and run those integration tests that we ran before, because we're going to validate that this fix worked. Cool. Sounds good. Sounds good, Matt. Thanks for sharing some of your good tips. We're definitely gonna learn something new today. So, thanks for joining. Missing my coffee. So I guess this will run. I'll come back and I'm gonna grab a coffee and then we'll hopefully the results are good and then we'll commit. I'll be right back. See you guys soon. Okay, looks like some improvements. The tests have passed, but we have one failure. The last failure could maybe just be, oh, we're just missing some data. Let's go ahead and add that. Let's go ahead and add DL to our test data set. Cool. I think I'm feeling pretty good to commit at this point. So merge endpoints for chat. And now we'll switch to this other work tree. At the moment. So I think what I'm going to do, I'm going to go ahead and merge this in, and then we're going to integrate all this stuff with what we've done. There shouldn't be any merge conflicts because these are all new files. We don't really need to worry too much. This is the only one we're editing, I suppose. I'm going to pull. Actually, why did I do this again? Oh no, it's fine. So pull. Because I probably didn't need to do it in this case, what we did, because these are all new files, so I could have done it the same. Doesn't really matter. If it was like a change that would have spanned the same files, then it's like commit files for new app architecture. Yeah, I think that's fine. So on this one, I should be able to pull. And we're good. Nice, yeah, full by primes. Gotta get that coffee. Mark, now you're saying my background, so I was a software engineer for a little over 4 years. Now I'm doing this. I graduated in CS, so definitely some background knowledge. We're going to add today Nancy Pelosi's portfolio data and Jim Cramer's. Let's go ahead and do that while we're waiting. It's kind of fun. I believe it's pretty easy because let's see if this still exists. It might have closed. Oh, it's shut down. Okay. Damn. Okay, what about Nancy Pelosi? Is there some sort of index we can grab? Okay, not quite. But is there some place we could get this data? Because that would be fun. Probably not. Yeah. Well, I mean, we could build our own little tracker because it's public. I don't think it'd be too hard. I think they have to file like a public doc or something. Okay. Let's look at this one. Oh, I think I saw that. Oh, I gotta sign up. Yeah. Well, it's kind of fun, right? Exactly, Gremlin. Like, you go into here because we gotta have your portfolio data, and you could make a little chart. How does my, like this chart here? Where is it? Like this one, you could compare your portfolio performance versus Nancy Pelosi's. So, and maybe some others if we can gather the data. I think the way we would do this is we have to bring in the docs because they have to file like regulatory docs. And I think we can maybe grab it, but I'm not sure how. Let's see. It's like we have their positions. Is there a way we can get Nancy Pelosi's portfolio? Where would we get it from? Can we get it from like the SEC filings or something? Is that like public, easily scrapable, or not scrapable, but using their API? Because they have an API, I think. And maybe that could be a little bit of the marketing, right? Maybe you make a bunch of TikToks. I don't know. Okay, so it's House financial disclosures. Must be filed within 45 days. Is it against the terms of service to scrape and parse the PDFs? What are the risks here? Got to be a little careful. Okay, cool. Risk is very low. Public records by law. Nice. Public domain. Cool. Kind of makes sense. Cool. Let's go ahead and add that to our. So we have our little project where we're collecting data. So there's going to be one aspect of it. We'll be getting portfolios of some of the people in like House of Representatives. So Pelosi. There's probably a few others. We have a few ones maybe that do really poorly, so people can feel good. Like, hey, look how good you're doing. You're beating congressmen. Okay. So let's go ahead and we're going to add this to this section. It's going to be a new file to this project. And I'm going to attach the other project. Data feeds, research. I was kind of thinking for Discord too, maybe we could start to basically, as we collect more and more data, we'll like maybe send some of the interesting ones to Discord. Like, I was thinking we could maybe track LM Arena. Show you guys. We could see how we could, you know, maybe do one fetch a day. And then if there's an update in the rankings, we'll send an update maybe to the Discord. That'd be a really simple thing to do. That'd be kind of fun. Because it's kind of nice not having to check this all the time. But we're trying not to spam too much. It'll just be like here and there, we'll add a thing. Oh, I gotta exit here. Can go ahead and add a new folder in. It's going to be for getting the data from the House of Representatives, PDFs, their trades. We're going to collect a data set of a few people. Nancy Pelosi. And I'll ask it to give me some ideas for other ones, because I don't know any others that people are interested in. Ideas for other traders in Congress that would be interesting to other people. We're gonna store it in Firebase. Yeah, it's okay to store. These are public, so I think we're good there. But before we begin, we need to develop like we're going to make a schema that's like really easy to query, so that way we can build this portfolio data. We want it to be like really easy to query and get like 100 days worth of data, years worth of data. So let's design the schema. And you're also going to need to design the schema based on what we can actually get from what information we're getting from those PDFs. I think it's like, we probably get just like what they bought. And go ahead and build out how this scraper would work. It should be very similar. Well, it might be different actually. There might be a library. I guess investigate if there's any libraries. There probably are some open source libraries that do this. Let's develop a plan first, actually. Put it in docs. Ask it for the, yeah, good ideas. Good ideas, Gremlin. I'm going to add that here. Best performers. The ones that might be insider trading. In this project. Creating a new docs folder. Cool. I think that's good. Okay, that'll just be a little side project. We do the other stuff. Okay, we got our new mobile app architecture. We just need to hook it up, and then we'll run a bunch of tests. Okay, so if you see, we added this new reference this plan. I might clear it because there's no reason to have this context before it. So we implemented a lot of this. We already have all the files. Now it's integration. We're on the integration step. We need to integrate on both ends. So the endpoints, the chat endpoint, and then we have to integrate when it comes out to the chart renderers. Rather to the chart mappers. From the chart mappers to the chart renderers. So we have to hook up those now. I don't think we've done it yet. If we have, I guess, cool. And that's it. And then after you've done that, build out the integration tests now, because we can do it. And we have a plan for that too. And attach that doc. This one. So yeah, you can finish it. We already made the unit tests, but we're going to go through and finish the rest of the tests. now that it's all hooked up. Cool. So that'll be a long running one. It might be, yeah. No, it's a good point. To be fair, I think it's I don't think it's Nancy Pelosi herself. It's like her husband or something. But all the same, you know, it's like something's a little wacky here. It's kind of fun to. We'll compare the different congressmen. I know Nancy Pelosi's doing the best, but maybe we can find some fun data that's like it was a huge spike given events. Okay, so if we have all the event data, right, we're gonna have all the like the Fred data, so that government data. We could maybe run a few types of charts where we're like, that's a good idea. Like, the user should be able to ask to like compare an event to a portfolio and get a chart on that time period and get like a line event chart. It's the same chart we have. It's just you put a line for when the events happened. Because those are kind of nice to know. So then we could say, hey, here are all the events. The government data says here are all the events that happened, and then we put all the lines, the different congressman portfolios, and that'd be kind of fun. Maybe there's like a huge spike with an event or something. I think it's specifically the line charts, and like I don't think you can do that with the bar charts. And scatter plots, you could do it with the scatter plot. No, not really. These are just tests, so I don't care. Could you rate integration tests on a scale of 1 to 10 vibe coding? Did you ever find testing much more valuable? Hey, Mark, yeah, definitely. Once you start getting into it, you're making something that's got a lot of moving parts. The problem is the LLM forgets how it works, you know? There's just a lot. If there's a lot going on, it's going to forget there's a config file here. It's going to forget this, and then it's going to re-implement things. Without the tests, it's really hard to be able to make steady progress without breaking stuff. Yeah, because definitely, I think Gremlin predicted a little bit of that. He said, hey, it seems like, and that's kind of what was happening, right? It's like at some point we would fix something and break another thing. Because I was kind of on this same line of thinking, right? Like maybe we can just keep plugging along without the tests and making good steady progress. But then it was like, no, this is like kind of really frustrating because you manually test something that worked yesterday, not working anymore. It's like, okay, I need to have a more structured. We need to have a more structured way to make progress. So yeah, this works. It might seem a bit slow, but when we actually implement it, there's a very high success rate. It's probably 90%, it seems. Like, have you noticed, like, once we implement it, it seems to be working, right? We run the tests. We don't really have to spend a whole lot of time debugging. Most of the debugging happened in the planning steps. Then the implementation, it's pretty clean. Research to create a... Okay, we got our plan. Let's go ahead and read this the Congress trades plan. Go on a new... SpaceX does IPO soon because it would be such a big IPO. So she starts, ooh, that's kind of fun. What could we do? Well, we could try. Oh, that's fun. Yeah, that's a really fun idea. I like that. We could try to bring in maybe some polymarket data about, because they do predict like when a rocket launch is going to happen, like the rate of failure. Let's see, what else could we do? So I'm thinking. So the idea is finding data about upcoming events that many people are going to be interested in, right? SpaceX IPO is going to be huge. If we could have some fun things that could help with marketing, you know, it just takes one tweet that's like, catch a retweet here, and you could get a lot of traction, right? I think SpaceX IPO is a great example of that. Like, there's some other stuff, I think. What other IPOs are coming? I think OpenAI IPO, I think, he didn't put a date, but it's probably sometime. See what the snakes are up to. Yes. Okay, so this is like part of our marketing stuff, right? And just fun. Just fun. Congress trades. I'm going to copy all this and put it into another doc. Yeah. Oh, whoops. I meant to delete it. That's fine. But the next aspect is what data. So let's put that under these. Can we find? I don't need to put that. I'll just put it as we go. We could look at the past success fails of rockets, of the rocket launches, show probability of success based on rocket type. It's one idea. Not super interesting, but make a table. Yeah. Oh, yeah. That's a good idea. Fooled by primes. Investigate what information. I'll put this in the notes. What info we could get from upcoming IPO SEC filings. Because let's say we tweet something really quickly, like we found, hey, some new information on the SpaceX IPO. People will be interested. Granted, there's probably a lot of people doing that, but maybe it works. Let's see, where are some other interesting things? There's the financial aspect of SpaceX, right? Private company, you don't have it. But if you can try to infer some things, you know, Starlink, you can find how many customers they have. I think Starlink customers, I've seen that before. Yeah, so there's 8 million active customers. So you could make a chart of Starlink growth. Starlink growth with estimated revenue, customers. SpaceX makes a ton of money on. I read not too long ago that they were profitable, which is amazing considering how intensive that business is for their rockets. Because they have 8 million Starlink customers paying like 100 a month. So you do the math on that. It's pretty good. Definitely, the Starlink one is crazy because it's insane growth, right? It's like maybe you could run a chart that's like comparing Starlink to other past providers. Like you could do let me get the list here. Oh, you can compare. Oh, right. So you can compare it to Amazon's project. I don't know how to pronounce it. It's like Cooper or something. They're doing something similar. I think they're very early stage though, so I don't think there'd be much comparison yet. It's gonna be so hyped. Like, I can only imagine. It's gonna be the most hyped IPO ever, probably. So Viasat, we could just compare it to some other, like China's Constellation. But this would be kind of like a one-time thing, right? This is probably not something, like let's say we bring that into the, I mean, we could keep a running comparison. This is probably their closest, or these two maybe. Closest future competitors, I suppose. At least in the same category. The low-flying satellites. Hey, Ghostman, how's it going? Oh yeah, so SpaceX owns Starlink. I think at one point he was saying that he's going to IPO Starlink separately. But we'll see what happens, you know, if it's going to be the whole thing or just Starlink. Back to the minerals. Yes. Depends how long your time frame is. You're like, hey, I'm investing for the next 100 years. Well, don't use base 44. I don't even know what that means. All right. Percent. Cool. So I made a bunch of tests, but I'm not really sure these are integration tests. Okay, cool. Oh, they all passed. Okay, well, let's go ahead and try. This will be interesting. We should be able to now. Okay, no profiles found. So let's create a more. Probably the hookup failed with. Maybe I need to reload, but. Yeah, okay. Well, maybe let's try typing just out of curiosity. I'm gonna try auto attach first, though. Okay. Hold for a long time. New chart. Yeah. Up to you guys, man. I mean, if I could get in on it now before it IPOs, you know, it'd be kind of cool. But alas, I don't have the connections. I guess technically you can, but yeah, you have to do some sort of other platform. Where is it? Oh, here it is. Okay, cool. So I think there's a few things wrong here. Number one, we're gonna fix the tests because we want the tests to accurately reflect what the situation is. So we want these to be like full end-to-end tests. So I want you to create these end-to-end tests from the chat endpoint. When I send to chat, I'm getting errors and I don't see it in the attachments, the mobile app data. So something's not quite hooked up, but regardless, I don't want you to fix that yet. I want you to create a full end-to-end test that can accurately. It starts from the endpoint, goes all the way through, and it's going to actually create the charts based on mobile app data. Right now, we obviously only have a few data points, but I think it's just like 5 or 10. But when we run the tests, these tests, we should, very similar to the other tests, I'll attach the file. It should output the same stuff. So, image of the chart, the logs. So, do it. Hey brother, what are you doing? Car, working on a investment platform. It's like you can do research, make cool charts, and get news and track your portfolio. Those are the things. Right now, we're also figuring out kind of how we can track congressman portfolios and put it in our data. That'd be fun. And some other things too. Tommy Tuberville. Bro, I can't believe there's someone named Tommy Tuberville. Okay, we're definitely adding Tommy Tuberville. Okay, so we have the House Stock Watcher API. That sounds pretty good to me. Yep, let's go ahead and do this. But before you continue, show me the schema that we're going to use for storage. We have the trades. Before we continue, I want to know, given all these trades, how hard would it be to create a nice portfolio performance chart? What would we be missing? What would to say? What would we? There we go. Car. Is that a wave? That's a wave. Modern Psychic AI replicating Martin Shkreli. I like Martin Shkreli. Not necessarily as... Oh. I like his videos he made on investing. It's kind of nice. I don't know about the other stuff, but the AI rates the other AI's chart outputs. The only thing is, like, I don't think Martin Shkreli's it's not public, unfortunately. He's not big enough as an investor, I suppose. Or he doesn't own a fund, I guess. He's just probably doing his own stuff. Not very much, Omkar. Just, you know, it's kind of it's the goal. You know, we want to build a set of things that do well. It's also our goal to have fun a little bit. Both. Yeah, he's just like a bio. I mean, granted, you know, he generally tweets his ideas. The only problem is we can only like get like 500 a day or something for free. So I guess technically we could just build that and we'd have a Martin Shkreli follower. We just couldn't do anyone else. And that's maybe fine on Twitter. Unless we want to pay like, I think it's like 5,000 or something a month. So yeah. Okay, so did it run this or no? Go ahead and run the end-to-end tests. So what do we need? Purchased. Did they spend 100 or... Huh? I don't understand. So it has two numbers, but which is the right one? I'm a little confused. So you're saying it shows purchased, but it doesn't have the right amount that they purchased it for? It's like a range? That's going to be really hard to track anything on. We could give an estimate. We could give a range of estimates what the performance has been. Or we just maybe average it, I suppose. Wow, okay. I guess how wide are these ranges? It's like ridiculous and probably be really hard to build a tracker. But I've seen trackers, so. Okay, it says the end-to-end tests have passed, so something is awry. What has happened here? So take a look. You see it says no profiles found for our attachment. And when we ask a question, we get this error. And I don't want it to fix it. I want it to fix the tests so we can collect this error in the tests. I just ask it's faster. Okay, we got our error. Let's pull that in. Validation is no data points. Interesting. thinking, number one, let's, you can tell me what the problem is, but the most important thing is that we have tests that accurately can find this error in the future. So something happens where it's not quite hooked up, but the tests aren't able to see that. Hey, brother, I'm not understanding your English. You're very fast, pronouncing half words. Half words. Well, I'm sorry. I think there should be. Is there a captioning, like captioning on YouTube, where you can like do the subtitles? There might be. Okay, so the range thing. So when Nancy Pelosi's husband buys 2 million worth of Nvidia, the disclosure doesn't say 2 million. It says 1 million to 5 million. Huh? That's an insane range. Wait, that means like all the trackers are totally inaccurate then, like not even close if the ranges are this huge. I'm so confused. I feel like I've been lied to. Does that mean all the things that we read about this are just like totally made up? I mean, that's a 5x range. I mean, you could get, we know they purchased at this date, maybe. Okay, but you do know when they bought it. Oh, the date is accurate. Oh, okay. You just don't know how much they bought. Okay, this is interesting. So you know the date. So you can kind of infer the price from the date, right? Do you have the share count or no? Do you just have the date of when they bought it and like this huge range of how much they bought? I already have any work for me. I don't know. And thanks, I guess. Oh, God. So we can look up the Nvidia's price. But we have no idea how much they bought. So how in the world are they even making a guess if the ranges are that big? Is it just like they're literally just like doing like just the middle point of these huge ranges? I like how Whisperflow corrects me if I repeat the word again. Because look, it didn't, even though I said literally twice, didn't do it. So they are literally just midpoints. I mean, we could do it. How do we estimate performance, though, if we don't have a portfolio size? We just have the amount they bought every time. So we kind of have to make an estimate about, I guess you could like use an estimate of their net worth or something. How would you do this? Issues found. Ignore their actual wealth, start with 0 and follow along. Track your returns from following them. You would think, like Nancy Pelosi, you know, as far as their PR people, you would think they'd want to tell the world, hey, these filings actually don't have the information you need to even know how we're doing. At all. Like, not even close. Because, like, everyone feels like she's... I mean, she probably is, right? But, like... Anyways. Maybe that's why. She probably is. She doesn't want to... Okay, so missing profile was cryptic. The broker. Yeah, but Gremlin, I think, like, you know, there's that PR thing where everyone looks at those trackers and, like, how she's doing and stuff. Like, none of those are right. Like, the only thing you have is when they bought it. That's pretty much all you know. Like, these huge ranges don't really tell you much. I mean, granted, you can say some things, right? I mean, if you bought NVIDIA right before something you voted on, okay. And I think there was some stuff like that. I think I remember seeing that. So in that case, yeah, probably, yeah. But as far as, like, portfolio performance stuff, it's like, she's probably doing well, but who knows, you know. This is like impossible to make a good estimate. But with that said, we might just put in our estimate, which is going to be just the midpoint, just like what everyone else is doing, I suppose. Okay, so let's see what it found. Missing profile was cryptic. No profile was selected. Development mission. Oh, did it build the new tests? Good. So it built these tests that supposedly tested this button. So and it passed. So it's not that, oops. So it's not related to what you've said here. Is there any other way we can... I'm going to see if there's any errors on the front end. When I click this. Okay. Oh, it's down here. So there's still nothing on the front end there. Take a look at how the how we're currently getting the data from the attachments. So start at the front end, and I'll attach the file here. It's chat.tsx, I think. Nope. Research. TSX. Nope. Okay. Oh my gosh, we're not in the... I think we're in the wrong folder. So it doesn't even know how to hook it up to the... Oh. Looks like we are. Strange this. Yeah, that's what I typed in before, research.tsx. I feel like Cloud has sometimes some problems with finding the file, because I've had problems with attaching. So, just so you guys know. Because I had to restart it for it to find that. Kind of like gaslighting me a little bit. Cool. So take a look at this front-end file. Check that it's hooked up so that it's actually getting the mobile app data. Maybe it's possible that we changed where we're getting it. Or did we already change it to Firebase? That could be a problem because we haven't actually tested that yet. So if you are already getting it from Firebase, let's stick with using our local files for now. I'm attached where the local files are. That's probably what happens when it implemented it. It's like started to implement the Firebase connection for that. That's why we don't see it. Some food. So the mobile app data, I'm from the US, Umkar. Already using local files, not Firebase. Okay, interesting. Yeah, let me show you what's going on. No errors. I'll double check there's no errors, but I believe there is none. When I reload the page, let's see if there's errors. Nope, no errors. If we cannot figure this out, we need to add extra logging. So we need to add logging for when we're actually collecting the mobile app data. It's likely empty. Something happened along the way. The rip-off Fridgemon. Yeah, that's funny. So we're adding some logging. That'll be helpful. Hey, thanks, man. Doing something over here at the moment. Let's see. So completed here. Okay, so we added our logging. Let's go ahead and test it out. Wait, did it add logging only on the back end? I suppose it's fine. Yep, only on the back end here. Well, that looks promising. No, that's just a warning. So it looks like there's no logs, which means that somehow the front end didn't get hooked up, right? Was it print statements? What was it before? There we go. Looks like it got the data. Interesting. Looks like that data is here. Somehow it's not being populated on the front end. Go ahead and go through the flow of the research. It's probably just something we didn't hook up with the new pipeline, that's my guess. Okay, so my workflow is starting to show fruit. Hope and push for the day. Nice. Nice. Your priority straight. Let's see, for you, it's probably night, right? It's getting there. Not that there's any problem. It's in the morning. Okay, so it seems to have found the issue. The front end expects profiles under here, but it's kind of like we changed. It's okay. Let's see if that worked. Looks good. Now, for the moment of truth. Supposedly the test pass, so I'm going to ask Instagram's recent reviews. I think it's actually going to try to create a chart here because we don't have a difference between this and the chart creation. We probably should. or an Android. I kind of have a weird sleep schedule. Normally I am asleep at that time though. I just woke up for a bit. What was I doing? I think I just checked my computer and then went back to sleep. So turn off the lights. I don't see any error even, Beck. I don't see any error, but on the front end we get more logs. Oh, here it is. Got an error. Again, the main issue is not like the problem. The more, I guess this is a front end issue though, right? Potentially. You know, the way this works is it's like you send a chat to that endpoint and we have this like auto attach feature. So just let's talk about it. What do you think is the issue here? Is it how we hooked it up? And then once we figure it out, we'll add a few tests. Oh, I see. So that's not the issue, right? The reason what's happening here is we didn't. I realized that we never hooked up this with how it should work with the auto attach. So if the user selects auto attach, we're actually not sending any profiles. It should go to that auto attach feature where it's bringing in the right schemas. So there's two changes we might need to make here. Number one, on the front end, you gotta be sending the right things because it has to go through the new flow. And then there might be a few changes we need to do in the auto attach schema thing. So I'm attach the files. Forgot about that, but I don't think it'll take too long. Router here. I think that's it. I'm gonna make sure. Where did I put it? Oh, I keep forgetting I'm not in docs. There we go. Data schema router. Okay, that is it. So let's make a new plan. Actually, let's not make a plan. Just go ahead and explain to me how you're going to do it. If it's a big enough change, then we'll make a plan. But hey, Shri, how's it going? 10 years ago, I'd taken a... Yeah, for sure. This has taken me a long time. But there's the second component of it too, is like, this requires a little bit less energy, so I can go longer. I think if I was coding this myself, I don't know if I'd go for this amount of time, right? I'd kind of just be like, after a while, it'd be like hard to think. We can do more high level. 10 o'clock, taking out folks. Yes. I kind of want to do the paper portfolio. I know that it's not accurate. I mean, okay, let's give a range first. How accurate could we get it to be? Like, what would be the best way to display this on our charts? Like, we could maybe do like a range. I know that's a little confusing to people though. Let's list the options. Yeah, no, auto, yeah, that's right. No, so the that example I gave you was me when I clicked the auto attach. So it's just the part that's not implemented on the front end. So go ahead and do that one. That one should be pretty simple. Just the front end change for now. Data structures and algorithms, yeah. At least where I am. You have to do some leak code. It's actually more intense these days. Lots of competition. Although India, it's probably really competitive too, I bet, right? Like, probably more, I would imagine. A lot of people. My voice is obnoxious. Interesting. I did turn up the volume. I guess I'll watch it after to see if what you've said is true. But sorry. Cool. I'm actually not single, but anyways, I'm gonna mute you. Yeah. To get actual software assembly, try in Vim. Yeah. Okay. Auto attach. I want to make sure this was a simple change. Let's see, so it should be in... Oh, I guess it's just this right here. Is this really all there is? Yeah, right. I mean, it's a little frustrating. You know, this tends to reduce the amount of errors that you get, just the general process here. Like, you just have to have a lot more patience. You're writing yourself, I feel like. Auto attached XMobile. Yes. Okay, that looks right. So if I send this, it should be a different error where it's like it can't attach the right schema, and then we fix that, and then I think we're good. Audio's good. Yeah, he's probably just a hater. I think as we get bigger, I mean, we're growing pretty quickly. I'm gonna need to add a lot more things. Like I need to have some moderation in the Discord. I had this idea of like I'm gonna use the vibe bot, and I'll build a little auto mod that's pretty good. If we can, yeah. So I might do something like that until we find maybe some people that are interested in doing that. Because yeah, I'm just assuming if it keeps growing at this rate, and I'm thinking like 90 days from now, might become that there's quite a lot of haters, and that's a good thing. But also, gotta be a little prepared. So in this case, I went to the old LLM, which tells me that didn't quite work with the recent change here. Schema router. Marketing side of the Prism data feed. Well, we haven't really started too much. I mean, we do the tweets every once in a while, but it's... I'd say the reason why I'm focusing on this is because like it is an important part of the marketing is being able to make cool charts and then tweet it every day. I'd say I'll probably be done with this in 2 or 3 days, in the sense that I feel good enough to then start tweeting every day and moving on to other things, and then really maybe focusing more like 60, 70%, maybe not that high, maybe 40% on the marketing plan. And so yeah, maybe check back like right as we're jumping into the Christmas time. I'll probably be focusing more on that. Good fun, to be honest. Comedy gold. Yes. It's a great point, Gremlin. Just takes one of them. But as far as like engagement goes on YouTube, it's actually good when they comment. So if they are leaving a bunch of comments, it's actually going to promote the video more. So they actually do technically help you, which is funny. But yeah. So I'm going to send the question that I did. And I want the test to be able to capture that one. I think we can capture that scenario on the back end because we fixed the front end problems. So this forwarded to the default LLM. I think this one we can actually create tests for this scenario. So we should make sure that it's forwarding to the right place, the schema router, based on the questions. Why do you think this happened? Was this because we haven't fixed the schema router to bring in the mobile app data? That actually might be it. I'm thinking about it. Let's talk about it first before building the tests. Because the LLM said, hey, there's no actual data here, so then it just forwarded to the other one. Because we haven't corrected that in that area, the code. Yes, start a food fight. Yes. So it's a mobile app question. Doesn't know. Yes. Wait, really? Oh, is that real? So if I say, what are Meta's recent reviews, would that actually work? Okay, no. So it's a hypothesis, was not true. So what you said is not true. I tested it. I think it's probably because we haven't implemented the next part where this schema router is bringing in the mobile app data. Because we forgot to put it in our implementation plan. So we have to do it now. It's funny, no matter what you say, it always says, yeah, you're right. I was wrong. I could say anything. Loads stocks. Does it get more fun, like the more you drink? Probably not, right? That probably just gets more frustrating. Maybe it depends on your personality after drinking. Let's I imagine it get more frustrating, right? Because it's like the damn thing is not doing what you want. It's like making up stuff. They stop lying. Profiles exist. Yes. I guess for now though, don't implement it. Let's create a test that tests this scenario because we want to be able to capture this. So basically, our end-to-end tests seem not to be capturing this somehow, right? It's like it's supposed to start from the endpoint, go to the auto attach flow, and get the error. So create the tests first that capture it. Nice. Yes. Good stuff. Right, makes you more creative. Maybe better for the UI stuff. I can see that. Okay, so let's read the options we have for Nancy Pelosi. Single line midpoint. I like how it gave me an honesty meter. Just maybe put a disclaimer. Hey, it's our estimate. So the realistic accuracy is 30 to 50% on total portfolio value. Well, in fairness, it works for art. It's Photoshop. Oh, that makes sense. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, that maybe as the day goes on, you do more and more design stuff. Have you found that when you worked on your, like, sending Photoshop, maybe of like what you're making does a better job? Actually, now that I think about it, the website you sent me it was kind of unique looking. Like I felt like it didn't look AI at all. So did you use maybe some of your Photoshop stuff? Okay, great. So it actually made tests that failed. This is good. Perfect, yeah. So I just want to clarify my understanding. It's like, it does choose that's a mobile app question, but then since we don't have the data source, does that router just then route it to the default LLM? Is that kind of what's happening? Just make sure and look through the code on how this is working, because I want to make sure that's what's going on. Yeah, I do design stuff. It's fine. Financial site. Oh, that's cool. I was looking at this, there was this Twitter post of like old websites, and sometimes they kind of looked better in some ways. Because I think what they used to do is like, and I think you would know this, didn't they used to like, they'd make it in Photoshop and then just kind of put buttons over the, like make it dynamic looking. So you'd have like really kind of like cool looking stuff. Like these days it's more, you don't really do that. Like it's not like you're putting you don't really start with the Photoshop first and then make that dynamic. It's more just like, I guess CSS got better and stuff, so you don't really need to do that. But there is some elements of like, all the websites definitely looked really unique in some ways when you did that. Like Dreamweaver and stuff. That was what my brother used. Okay, cool. I'm exactly right. Nice. Thank you. Okay. There's a total dangerous design tool called unnecessary. Nice. Yeah. I think I tried it once, but I was like really young, so it did not appeal to me. Like, it was more my brother's thing. That thing totally died, didn't it? That's kind of crazy. They weren't able to. I guess it's the same thing, right? CSS got better, so then people didn't need to use it. Is that maybe what happened? Or maybe they just suck. Could be that. There's returns the mobile app to data source. Okay, great. Okay, perfect. Okay, this makes a lot of sense. You know where the data is. In here. We'll actually research data. This is where we have our mobile app data. I believe there's a schema in there. And we're going to modify this data schema router to be able to bring in this when it needs to. Before you begin, tell me the plan here. I think it's like... I don't know how we're doing it exactly for the other data sets. Are we actually pruning the schema based on what we need? Or do we actually just throw in everything? I think... Okay, cool. It does prune. That's great. Perfect. But whatever you do, it can't be a manual extraction. So, for example, in the data schema router, it's not manual, right? We're not manually extracting anything. It means feckless. Oh, interesting. Yeah, I've never heard of that. I don't even know what that means. Feckless. Let me look it up. Lacking initiative. Ah, I see. I see. Makes sense. Strength of character. No, it's okay. My brother was not like a legit programmer, so he did it in high school, I think. Yeah, but I'm asking you, how is it currently working with the market data? How are we actually extracting out what's needed, and then only getting the right schema? So show me that code as well. Yeah. Can you tell me more about option D? How do you create an index if you don't have the actual amount that they're trading? Like, you're just like, it's still just a guess, right? But like, is it more accurate? I don't understand. I noticed this in UK. They conflate Fecker with yes. Well, I think, yeah, same thing here. Someone said that. I don't think anyone would ever. Interesting. So it's not in the UK either. So it's, I guess, dialects, I guess. Issue. What I'm asking you, though, is the way it's extracting the keys, is it using the LLM to do that, or is it actually manually extracting it with regex? If it's doing that, that's really bad. I don't think it is, but we're going to make sure. I think it might be Irish. Like, how do you yank solar word shenanigans? That is a good word. I didn't know that was you guys. I definitely say that. Wait. So then how... Oh, so we're doing that in the steps before, maybe? How are we doing that in the steps before? Because at some point we have to extract it out. Are we using the LLM to extract it out? I should just make a more detailed doc about how this works. That way we have it. Okay, please, Risky. I'm asking from the flow of the chat. User types in question. when do we extract out the stocks, companies, mobile app data, and what does it look like? Is it LLM extraction? Or is there any regex in this flow? Broski is an incredibly important part. That way he knows I'm impatient with him. Yes, good. Okay, that's what it should do. Will this LLM extraction currently work with mobile app data? Is it going to extract Instagram, Meta, etc., without any changes? Hey, welcome back, Matt. That was fast. We are currently finishing this last part. Scrums. I see. No profiles app. Let's give it the okay, great. Let's go ahead and create a plan for this. So it's all the changes that we need to make in the data schema router. And I want you to make it similar to this doc, where we have an overview. But just the diagram, only the diagram, I want you to create at the moment. What did you guys call it? What kind of diagram is that? It was, I think it was Matt, actually. Helps to have the terminology. Let me scroll up here. Something like, it starts with an M, something diagram. Diagram. Whatever, that's fine. Whatever that diagram is called in the pipeline overview, please, yes, Mermaid, thank you. Mermaid diagram, good. Put it in doc/schema router. Should be called for mobile support. At some point, we're going to make this more generic so we can do any type of data. But for now, we will make this change. For now. Oh, I see what's going on. Yeah, let's do this. We're going to we can kind of do a portfolio tracking. What we assume though, we make an assumption for every trade they do. We just assume that they're investing the same amount in each, although that's worse actually, right? Yeah, range weighting. Yeah, let's do that. Cool, yeah, let's go ahead and do that. Update the plan. Update the plan with how you're going to do that. And just do that. I think that's pretty much it. I think I have a lot of changes in this folder, so I'm going to go ahead and take a look before I make any other changes. While I'm reading this, can you go ahead and create a new document? At some point, we're going to make this more generic, so that way the user can attach any type of data. And we would be able to figure out from the schema. I think we would have probably a separate part that we'd implement that would be for figuring out what the schema is. So we'd forward over there. But then once it gets here, we'd have the schema and we'd have to figure out how we're going to prune it and what to extract based on their question, based on the schema. So it's a little tricky, but I want you to create a little bit of a doc about how we would potentially go about this. Give us some options. And we'll call it future schema router generic MD in the same folder. It's actually creating, oh, what is it doing? Just creating a folder for Congas traits. Okay, interesting. Okay, so now while it does that, let's read. Reading time. Wait. Huh. Apparently the mermaid term is not the right one, I guess. Thought it. That's okay. Or if it was, maybe the LLM has a different understanding of what that means. I guess first I'll make sure that this doc looks like how I expect it to look. Yeah, it's this one. I guess it's called a flow diagram. Whatever. I just like how it looks. I think as time goes on, you're getting better flow going with AI, learning what we can do. Yes, you're correct. Copy the mermaid to VS Code and view. Oh, I see what you're saying, Gremlin. That's just the markup. Gotcha. That makes a lot of sense. Yeah, okay. Yeah. Let's go ahead and just copy this then. I don't have the plugin though. I guess I could just download it, but it's fine. It'll do the thing. And I don't need to do things. Getting hungry, so. What kind of role did you have at Microsoft? Microsoft, I was an intern. Salesforce, I was an engineer. I worked at on Tableau. Then at Expedia as an engineer. Do you not know what mermaid is? I don't know. Just never. I've heard of the term flowchart. I mean, that's common. Gaps, I guess. So go ahead and redesign this file. I don't want to use the markup version for the flowchart. I just discarded it. So go ahead and recreate it in the same way that you did it with this file. Actually, I want to use the mobile app one. What do you use for vibe coding? I use Cloud Code. Oh, it loads in the browser. Interesting. Gotcha. That's interesting, Matt. So you use Google AI Studio? Huh. I haven't really been using that for my projects. Give it a shot, eh? Oh, for coding. Oh, I see. For coding, you mainly use it. Got it. So it's more like yes, the questions to the. I can do that with, I guess, Gemini and the browser version for like simple questions. Okay, so we got our Senate transactions. Holy crap! We got 8,000 Senate transactions. Nice. Talking about. Keep going. Nice. It's kind of annoying. Okay, what I'm going to do is clear this, delete it, the file, so it stops doing this because I just want it to be what it was. But I'm going to copy the context because it was useful information. But unfortunately, it is past. It is what it is. Just got to repeat it a little bit. All right, fine. I will download the VS Code because otherwise I have to discard my contexts. I don't want to. So I'm going to download the extension. This forced me into this. I guess it'll be useful later, so it's okay. Maybe these flowcharts will look a bit better this way. We will find out. One of them that can do decent UI, doesn't look like copy. That's good. Yeah, that's kind of hard to do, right? Would you still vibe code if the cost of inference were to go up 2x, 3x? Yeah, probably, because this speeds me up, I would say 5, maybe 4x. So I'd say 2x probably. But I would probably try to be a lot more careful. Try to get as much free credits as possible. 3x, I don't know. I suppose, maybe. Yeah, I mean, what's the alternative? You just take way longer than ever. This is interesting. Same time, you don't want to present. Yes. Okay, installing it. Mermaid. Nice. Let's open this file. Oh, this could be our like little docs section. Cool. So we've opened it. I see mermaid here. Edit diagram. Very nice. I would like to full screen it, so I'm going to close this. Sure. Bro. Yeah. Okay. This is our plan for the future. Any data type. Okay, Bravo. Discord? Do you make a Discord comment or something? No. Yeah, that's true. Making a custom tool real quick. Like, for example, we created this little hotkey that I really like to create a little recorder of windows. That didn't take longer than 15 minutes or so, maybe 20. Maybe to fix a few errors, but overall it's pretty simple. Little script there. I kind of wanted this to be a little more in detail. So that way we could think about how it's working as opposed to just a generic chart. Oh well. I'll move back to the other thing. This is not super important at the moment. Before I do that, go ahead and create the doc. It's going to be a plan for this update that we're going to do to the schema router. So it should be a full plan, similar to this one. I'm going to clear as to support mobile app data, new schema, routing, or auto attach. Attach the lab or research data. So it should be applicable plan similar to this one. It looks like Cloud Code doesn't allow me to attach, so I have to reload it. Fortunately, that is a bug. Just in format. Actually, forget it. It can do that. It's just gonna get confused if I put in another thing. I think I already said that twice, but it's fine. Okay, we're good. Tell it to redraw a mermaid and read the doc. It's getting stuff run. It's fine. The mermaid thing, I'm over it. You know, like I'm moving on to the next section. It's like I didn't really like how it looked, and well, I mean, it worked, right? It's just like the diagram that I made was a little bit too simple. So it's just not that, it's not super useful. So I'm just going to move on to the implementation and we'll read it. Mention other YouTubers, I suppose. Yeah, I mean, I don't really see a problem with it. Not sure if it would help. They could also try prompting for plants UML for sure. I believe that tool is more mature than Mermaid. Oh, cool. Thanks, Colonel Musks. It does make some kind of cool diagrams that I like, but not when we say mermaid diagram or something. I don't know. I'll show you what I mean. I don't even have to really specify it to do this. Usually does it by itself, which is cool. I think it's not in this doc. I'll just do this alone. Like these kinds of things, and it can make it pretty complex, so it can draw arrows and have a bunch of branching things going on, which is useful. And I don't need to be too specific that it does that, so it's good. Okay. Yes, that sounds good. A wrapper over cloud code. Interesting. Well, I suppose it fixes some of the bugs. Plan covers. Cool. So we're going to read it. Make sure it's all good. Oh, burns your tokens while you sleep. Yeah. Yep, this is all pretty good. Nice. See, it creates these things I like. You can just quickly scan. Goes the schema router. That's fine. I think that I think it gets here and it works, it seems. Because we have a bunch of tests. But the next part is this, and then it should work, I think. Okay, let's try it. So let's go ahead and do this. Let's implement this plan. I'm gonna make sure it doesn't add anything else. Great. One more thing here. Edge cases. User asks about an app, not a profile. Okay, that's fine. Yep, that's fine. Cool. And create tests. Once completed, put the tests in testmd. This is our running doc that we keep. I get funnier as the beer vanishes. Which are stand-up comedy routines. That'd be like, you can do the comedy routine? Or is it like, it makes fun of you or something? You choose the topic, it makes fun of whatever. Let's see, yes, we will allow edits. I am going to do one thing though, before we continue. That change is fine. I'm going to commit because we've added a lot of things and I think it's about time. So updates not working yet. Mobile app integration. Hey Joni, welcome back to our little co-working space, I guess. While that runs, I'm going to go eat a sandwich. So I will be back. See you guys soon. I'm back. Looks like it created some tests, ran it. Only created 7 though. Let's go ahead and look at what it did. Is this really all I need to change? It's pretty small. I thought it would be a... We spent a long time a little bit. If it was just this kind of this amount of complexity. Let's go ahead and try it then. I guess it makes sense. It's not too complicated, but... Hey guys, if anyone's watching, this is dope. Look at this. That's awesome. That's fun. Okay. Yeah, Bravo. It's not me doing it. YouTube doesn't allow you to put links. So, but if you want to share a link, something, feel free. Just you have to break it up, and otherwise it'll block it, right? As long as it's something. It's Bravo, so it's gotta be good. Okay, so I'm pretty stoked. That works. There's a component here that I want to add though, is like I want it to be able to answer queries too, not just always make a chart. Because right now we're just always making a chart. But I think there should be a way for the user to say, hey, I don't want a chart. I just want an answer. Sometimes the user might not need a display. Close the tabs here. Let's see, can we do historical stuff? We have some data points, so let me see if we can make it work. But I think we only have that in our test data set, because in our real data set that we're saving, it's just one data point. Oh yeah, good call, Gremlin. So mobile app data charts and tests. So before we continue, let's populate our data with just some sample data. It doesn't really need to be real. I'll do it here. Can we go ahead and populate research data with a lot more days? So let's fill it up with maybe 10 days, similar to what we did in... Also, just as a sanity check, just make sure these are the same schema, the market data test and the research data, because otherwise that'd be really confusing. Oh, whoops, I attached the wrong one. It's the research data test. Maybe I named it something different. Mobile app. Oh yeah, there it is. You can just use the data that's in the test, honestly, just like move over the points. But again, make sure everything's the same with both these. You know, I just realized in this case, we probably don't need a separate test data folder. We did that for the market data because it's like so much data. We wanted the test to run fast. But in this case, there's not that much data, so I suppose we'll just keep it. But See how the our Senate transactions are going. Supposedly it brought in a bunch of stuff. I really like government data because there's no, you can just scrape it. You can get tons of stuff. A lot of fun. Don't need to worry too much. So we're getting the Senate data, not the House. Okay, good. The core structure matches. That's good. Finally, yeah, exactly. That's pretty funny. I wonder how much that would cost. I mean, there's probably a lot of people grabbing the data. It's got to be really crazy. Government can handle it. Actually, they can't because they're deeply in debt, but can for a while. Okay, so it's looking for a Congress stock trading API alternative. That's kind of nice. It wasn't doing this before. It would like, I had to always check this, that the repo wasn't too old and that it's maintained, but it's kind of identifying that. But honestly, I'm not really sure we need a repo. If we can't find one, it's fine. You just do a little scraping. Cool. So we have 10 days of data. Let's go ahead and ask some questions. Excuse me. Okay. The last 10 days. You share your email. I'll share your drive video. Okay, there appears to be a problem. You can just send it to this one. Or this one works, actually. I think maybe what happened here is it doesn't know how to query. So the LLM's building the query. So let's go ahead and reload and see what it came up with. Oh, we should add a debug section here, similar to the others. That way we can see what the script came up with. I'll ask it both questions. So can you go ahead and add the debug scripts similar to the other? We have a debug scripts section on the front end. So you'll do that in the, you gotta populate that field in the mobile app pipeline. Number two, any ideas on, if you can answer any ideas why you think this happened? I think it's likely the LLM couldn't come up with the script based on our schema. to get the historical data that we've created here. So maybe we either missed something in the schema, maybe when we pruned the schema, we removed some stuff, something happened. But don't try to fix it yet. Just talk about it, what you expect. It's doing some tests that we have the Pelosi test PDF. Installing some things. The PDF extraction works. We can see Pelosi's recent trades. She bought 5 million to 25 million worth of Apple. There's a huge range. Holy crap. It's all right. We already know this. It is what it is. Can't add professional email. Oh, sorry, Bravo. Yeah, just use this other one, I guess. I should make like an official... I'll make sure that's what it is. I'm pretty sure it is. But yeah, it is. Okay. Wait, what are you sharing with me? Is it like some link to some project or something? You feel free to send it in the Discord if you have it. Do you have Discord? It's easy to make one. Okay. Landing page animation. Is it, do you want me to share this on the screen? I don't want to share if you don't want. Looks pretty cool. Oh wow, the clicking is cool. What what library you use? Like some sort of 3D library or something? The mobile app data doesn't return the generic code. That is fine. Or the recent reviews. Oh, we have a missing helper. That can make sense. Oh, gotcha. So basically the LLM did what it's supposed to, right? It's we didn't have we're not providing a function for it to collect this data in this way. So it just shows something that it can do, which didn't make sense for our question. Oh, nice. Gemini 3 Pro. That's cool. Secondary issue, schema doesn't explain daily metrics. Yeah, that's a potential issue. Yep. I think that makes a lot of sense. But before we continue, let's define all the helpers we'll need. I'm going to give you a list of questions that I want to be able to answer. So, metas, trend, verse. Okay, they're mappers. So comparison type questions. Take a look at interface. Before you continue, give me some ideas for other types of questions the users might want to ask about the app data. And we're going to, from there, work backwards to figure out all the helpers we might need to add. So this is the library we provide for the LM. Gotta add a bunch of them probably. Right now we only have 3, but for the market data we have like 9 or something. So we need to fill that out. And we couldn't share it because they're very different. Like for stock market data, the common question is like forward returns, right? That kind of thing would never apply to the reviews. Most of them are like that, like drawdowns, and so just a really different type of data. Which model are you using to generate images? So this is actually a little weird. We're not generating the images. We're generating the chart, and then we use matplotlib to take the image of the chart. But we generate the chart programmatically with recharts or something. So yeah, that's how that works. We render the chart, take an image. So like for example, on the front page here, you'll see, and we'll do this in the chat too, but these charts are more interactive. Like you can hover over them. This one's kind of messed up, but it's like but as soon as you click it, it turns it to an image. All right, we have to fix that one. That one's broken. I put that in my notes earlier. Oops. So time series trends, multi-line. Yeah. Good. Yeah. There are 5-star ranges across apps. Oh, that's cool. Yeah, I like this one. Perfect. Yeah, I think we're just going to do it. However, let's develop a plan first for these helpers. And you're going to make a new doc if you haven't already. I think you maybe did. Let me make sure. Let me check. It's the interface for our mobile apps. Yeah, right here. That we passed to the LLM on how our library works. Make sure that what it outputs is going to be exactly what the mappers expect. Oh, wrong one. But you're going to need to follow the same pattern of our other mappers, which you need to make a mapper for each helper function to the chart that it needs, the renderers need. So this is going to span a lot of files. There's a lot of stuff going on here. Oh, good point. Bravo. Yeah, if they click the image, is a really good point. Yeah, we have to design that for the mobile experience. So that way they could go to chat. Wait, I think I tested that earlier though. I think somehow if I clicked the chart, it came up. But like you said, they might not do that. So to summarize, you're going to have to create the helpers. You're going to have to create new mappers for those helpers. And you're going to need to make sure that it matches what the charts need to render. And then finally, you're going to create all the tests for these new helpers to test the flow. So before we do that, we are definitely going to commit if we have any changes. Looks like nothing, just like some tests and populating data, I mean. So did you already run this and collect? Oh, are these real? Okay, so sample results. Pelosi's recent trades. She's down 8% from when though? From this year? Interesting. So what we have to do, if the user's uploading a data set, I think we just have to make this whole process a lot more generic. Like the LLM generates a lot more code. The way we currently do it's like we simplify it for the LLM so it's faster and use the Flash model and generate nice charts that way. Once we have the LLM, yeah, I think we definitely just have to have the LLM generate a lot more code. Maybe we can figure out some way to make it faster though. Check charts not once in developer tools for mobile devices if they're responsive or not. Yeah, we can go ahead and do that. Got the hotkey yesterday, Command-Shift-R or something. The heck is this? What did I do? That's weird. Hotkey, mobile, Safari, DevTools. Is Command Option C. Command Option I. Oh, that's not what I wanted. Turn to mobile. Command Option, Command Control R. Okay. Right, there's no really hover action, right? So it'd be like, you have to like, I think you have to press it or something when it comes up. But that's not a great user experience. So it should probably just be like, the button should always be visible, right? And you click it. That's kind of what I'm thinking. A little confused by this. I don't think you should be editing any existing helpers. There's no reason to do this, right? Why would we do it? Okay, cool. Yep, go ahead and implement that. Just make sure that whatever the output, you're going to have to map it to the right chart render. So take into consideration what the chart renders need, because it could potentially just start hallucinating some structure that wouldn't really work well with our charts. Yes, we have a working pipeline tested on one Pelosi filing. We haven't collected data for all the politicians yet. How much data did you collect on Pelosi trades? All right, I'm going to say how much. Using a spec kit. Hey, RJ, how's it going? What is spec kit? I don't know. I think we're using it then. Oh, we just have one PDF. Oh, wow. Wait, so they only have to file once per year? Wow. These are, yeah, wildly inaccurate. Okay, we just fetched only one. Yeah, let's maybe get it. Let's get a year's worth. So it's kind of like searching around, downloading it. I guess it's not like super easy to navigate or something. Oh, there we go. We've got it. Oh, cool. It updated this too. Nice. Let me read this. This is kind of the important doc here. I don't see where it says, hey, you know, we can use this chart, these charts for this. Also, that looks like a different structure doc, so try to fix that. So here's Pelosi's full trading data, 31 transactions. These are her current holdings. It's AVGO, some semiconductor. I don't know, TEM. Some sort of AI company. Did you create like a schema for how this is looking? Like, did you already create that? A good look, I guess. I don't see one. The general idea is we want this stuff to be very easy to query because we're going to be making lots of queries with it. So the way that you structured the data, can you save a schema? Okay, what I want you to do now... Oh, made a mistake. Weird. It says it updated these files, but it didn't, which is good because it shouldn't. Strangeness. Okay, now what I want you to do is update the doc of... in the sense that it's saying what helpers go to each chart. So this is a one-to-many scenario. And we need to clarify with the, we need to clarify that so the LM knows what charts it can use. The next phase of this, we're going to be creating the mapper. What it does is it's taking the data that's coming out of the helpers and it's mapping it to all the charts for what the charts will need as far as data. So we're gonna we're gonna implement this next part after you're done with that. Okay, create a schema we're gonna look at. Schema. How easy will this be to query? Like, we're building lots of time series, line charts. Is this the way you structured it? Is it will be easy to get it, all the info we need? Exactly. We're doing option B. So we're definitely just taking the positions and we're gonna get some time series. I'm just wondering, is it easy to query all this? Like the way that you've structured the schema? I believe it is. Like, give me an example query. Put it in a file. You're gonna put a bunch of example queries in it for getting the information that we need. Okay, go ahead and implement the mappers. Before you start, though, please tell me what's your understanding of how these mappers work. Trying to figure out a way we can like automate this process. We're going to be adding in lots of data. We don't want to spend too long doing this every time. So I'm kind of wondering, maybe we could have some sort of process that's like we put in a schema, it's going to generate all the helpers and mappers, and then we can just plug and play. Or we do our process of like figuring out how we're going to make it generic, either one. Yes, exactly. So I'll show you this file. This has everything you know for that. So chart, mapper. Yes. I'm changing the song. Won't we need... Wait, are you saying we won't need new mappers for the mobile app data? I'm pretty sure we do. No, we definitely do, so I don't understand. If we don't, that'd be nice. Sure we do. Those are different... How's it going? Well, equal slash. Oh, camel. When'd that come out? Camel. Founded. That's not that old. Oh, companies like Jane Street use OCaml. I know that. Allows for rapid developments, reliable, high integrity code. Cool. So I'm explaining to you how this works here. We have new data. These mappers are for the financial data. we need to create helpers for mappers for each helper function, which is going to map it to the right chart. And we're going to have a section for the mobile app mappers. For us, it's, I'll show you what we're doing here. We're building a lot of different types of, we're allowing the user to create their own charts, but as far as speed goes, it's more dependent on the how fast the models are at generating scripts that we can iterate and validate. So I'll show you an example. So I can click auto attach. It gets like the data that we're collecting. And it takes usually like 7 seconds or so because we're using the Flash model. But it depends on, right now we're running on like 100 years worth of data. We're using Y Finance. So depending on the type of question, it can take a little longer. I'll show you some other charts. So you can like iterate on the chart, like hey, how many times was SPY down while VIX was up in 2020? See, you can choose what charts. You can say, hey, make this a table. So this is obviously the craziness 2020. But what we're doing now is we're hooking up for the mobile data. So we can do some charts where we're comparing, but we're fixing a few things. So we can support more types of questions. So I guess if like if we needed to get like, this is like real time kind of stuff, I guess maybe like, yeah, more quant stuff, I guess. Then I think that what you're saying, that's what we would do. But it's more just kind of like data analysis, I guess. Okay, great. I'm going to attach a doc that kind of explains how this works. So the way this goes is it's helper to mapper, one to many mapping to different charts. Before you continue, please clarify your understanding. And I'm going to make sure one thing. Yeah, so I don't think it's created yet. So it goes comparison data, comparison mapper. Oh, I see. So in the implementation of this, it messed with or it has a different understanding of what mappers are. So it's going to need to rewrite some of that. Let's see here. I'm going to go look. Mappers. There it is. So this should go in here. It's okay. This project made by AI. Our process here is we do the high-level planning for the hard stuff. So we create this these docs, architecture docs, and we go through it, make sure everything's right. We iterate on the plans. And once we get to the final step, which is the programming, we generally leave that to the AI, and then we just make sure it did what we expect. So it's kind of like I use the term vibe coding, but it's something in between of it's kind of taking out the last 40%, I would say, of the work. But you do need to iterate on the plans and still make sure everything's good for the hard stuff. For some of the stuff, it's fast. I'll show you, and it's fine. Like these portfolio sort of. I know we can switch it to trading view. Here's one that uses that, but we're just kind of using this simple little chart here, and you can track assets, portfolio performance, got all your statistics down here. However, let's see. Yeah, so sometimes if I click around, try to reproduce that bug, I lose the Sharpe ratio, but yeah, it has all that stuff too. It is nice. And you can click in and you can look at stuff. Just some kind of valuation things. And this is like a newsletter. It's customized to your preferences, what kind of investor you are, sort of approach, special situations, whatever, themes. So yeah, it's kind of like an overview. So a lot of that stuff, you don't really need to plan too much. But for our chart pipeline, like that part is there's a lot of moving parts. So then we definitely need to kind of have more hands-on sort of thing. Yeah, trading view is pretty good. Yeah, it's a lot of files. Yeah, it's growing slowly but surely, but hopefully it grows in a way that's maintainable, right? Just like pretty much files. Let's see forward. Yeah, so it kind of misunderstood this last part. So we're gonna. How do you make the AI design it consistently though? Yeah, so we do have a theme stock, but it does require definitely a lot of iteration. Like you can click through just briefly our earlier streams. Like we had to iterate on this a lot because it just didn't look really professional. It kind of looked like a crypto platform. So we kind of took the liberty of like deciding how the layout should look, and we kind of were inspired by other platforms. So yeah, I would say that for the colors, we use that theme stock, but for the designing, it's kind of like, and there's some people in chat that join sometimes, and they're like people that have designing experience, so they help out. Just kind of finds pretty cool. Yeah. Thanks, RJ. Yeah, the AI did that. We didn't spend much time on the transitions. So that's kind of cool. Definitely the most time was spent on the layout. Just making sure everything is hooked up and working. It took me a little bit to figure out that we should separate these two, like portfolio performance and asset performance, because it's kind of confusing if you try to create these statistics. Okay, I think I figured out that bug. It's when I switch back and forth really quickly. The Sharpe ratio disappears on the portfolio. Yeah, so I'll just put that in my notes. I'll put it in a different doc because, well, I'll keep this one open. Just create a new one. CD notes. Fourth between This is React. Yep. TypeScript, actually. But yeah. Oops. And you can send in, like, ask it to AI. So the AI has all your information about what type of investor you are in your portfolio. So you can, like, ask it. However, I think it's just sent this to the wrong... oh, no, never mind. It pretty slow, actually. Interesting. Hold on, let's compare that with Gemini 2.5 Flash, because that was actually really slow. Oh, defaults to the... All right, well, it's fine. You need to save that, so when you switch, it saves the... Check text is readable or not. Standard font size rules. Oh, thanks, Bravo. When you say standard text is font size rules. Is that what you're saying, like it's responsive to zooms or something? Is that kind of what you're talking about? Or are you just saying like maybe the default size is like at least 16 pixels I'm reading here? 18, 19. I mean, but we probably would want to default to a larger size for people. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, you'd think this would be a little bit faster, right? Like, it's just some text data. I guess the image is what makes it slow. Like, if I send this, it's probably gonna be faster, right? It's actually not fast. It really isn't. We'll switch to 2.5. I guess it's because it's doing some analysis on our portfolio or something. That's why it takes a while. But watch, if I type in just some text like this, it's going to respond pretty quick, probably. Yeah, it could be equal slashed. Very well could be. Okay. Just make sure, but I believe this is the case. Like, look at our... and clarify that this is how we did this too. I believe it is, but just making sure. Oh, I see you're saying Bravo. Let me try zooming in. So right now I'm on like one... Let's see, what am I at? Don't know how to see it in Safari, but I'm pretty zoomed out, like by default. So I think it's probably like this is the default for people. But you're right, it is a little small. Even in this, I think. It's not too bad. You use NLP for some things in the chat box, so you can create the perception of a faster load time. Yeah, it's a good idea. Definitely we should add like lots of feedback. I think that's why we wanted a little bit of this view reasoning. Kind of gives us some default feedback going on. But for the charts, we don't have anything really. Like we're generating these things. It just says generating. So we'll create some of that. But you're right, we could do maybe some sort of like small model. It's like just some really small model. Oh, with some text. Not sure if it's worth it. Say we'll definitely see something, right? Like, so they're not just waiting. I guess they are waiting, but yes, good. Okay, what I want you to do, because I don't want to have to repeat this conversation again and again, because we're going to add a lot more data. I want you to, in chart mappers, put your understanding of how this works in a new file. Call it like super high level chart mapping understanding. And put it in this folder, which we're going to attach when it's confused. Yeah, for sure. Right now, it's not instant at all. It's like you put real model names for the users to switch. Yeah, that's. I was actually thinking of not doing that because there's just no way that I think the majority of people that are using this would know what this means. So we'll probably just put like pro, fast, or I'm not even sure. We might actually segment it by default model, defaults, and like chart creator or something. I don't really know what we name it, but the one that we use for the charts versus like the one that and maybe we don't even offer this. I'm not even sure. Maybe we just have one that we feel like is best. And it's likely going to be the Flash because it's cheaper. But we could always offer the Pro if they really want to. It's just also slower. NLP can do the model selection. Yeah, you're exactly. That's kind of what we're doing here. We're like adding a series of routers. So this auto detect, we are auto detecting what data to attach to their question. But yeah, the next step is like you can keep going, like a series of routers. Like okay, what are they? You know, you autofill. That's a type of routing, right? You're like okay, boom, and then same thing with the what you're saying. It's like instant feedback. Just keep adding these layers of like more and more abstraction, I guess. But yeah, I agree. We could definitely do that. Just kind of keep going up the chain. At some point, I think I have to say like, all right, this is good. You know, I think once we add the mobile app data, add the Nancy Pelosi tracking in all those congressmen, that's kind of fun, and we get all those charts working. I think I'm probably going to focus more on the marketing and try to figure out how to get people to use it. I'll still work on it, but just like 20% less. Okay, cool. So create our little doc to explain. Okay, so given this doc, we need to rewrite our helper functions, right? From the mobile apps. And here. And then create the new ones given our plan in this document. Attach the interface. Hey, hey Muku, going? Change it like fast, detailed research, etc. Change the prompts, tokens for those models. Oh yeah. Okay, so you're thinking 3 categories: fast, detailed, research. Maybe we could even just do fast and detailed. That might be enough. Or fast and research. Keep it really simple. I agree, like the pro model will have less errors when we're getting to the chart stage. It'll just be, we can give them the option of like, we just have to explain that to the user in a clear way, because it wouldn't be super clear, right? Like, why would we're going to add another section where it's like, whether you want to actually generate the chart or not. So it's like you auto attach the data, but do you want to query or do you want to create a chart? And then that's kind of the full flow of this. Or you can choose to put in the data yourself. There's maybe an argument to be made that we should just remove this entirely. We should just always attach the data. The only reason I kind of wanted to have this is like, I wanted to, like some of these would be premium data slots, and there's no way to really explain to the user if we do the auto attach that some of them are premium, unless we detect it when they ask the question. Then we come up with the pop-up, but I feel like that's just say, hey, we don't allow you to ask questions about this particular thing unless you have the data. But there's another benefit of this too, this part, because people can see immediately what data they can access. If we remove this, they have no idea. Just like guessing. You have to somehow inform the user at the UI, like what's going on. Explain to me how the operating system of Google works. Interesting question. So right now we're changing the mappers. I think I'm going to commit just part of this. It's this like small fix with the passing the debug section to mobile. Yeah, that's a good idea. That's a good idea, Bravo. What do you think of this? Out of curiosity, have you any thoughts? Do you think this is maybe too much stuff? Maybe we should. Like, we could keep it really simple, right? Just auto. Well, if we don't have this, it doesn't even make sense to have this. So we literally would just remove all of this. But again, we need some way to inform the user what kinds of questions they can ask, because they need to know what data the platform has that allows them to build like charts and stuff. Okay, based on all these helpers, I want you to create all the tests for them, and I want you to create integration tests as well. And I believe we already have some, so run those at the end. And they probably broke some tests. You probably broke some tests by doing this, so you're gonna need to fix them. I'm gonna change that. We probably broke some tests. Should have logics inside your prompts to detect. Yeah, so we already do detect it if they checkbox. But I want them to be able to see what data, so that way they know what they have access to. Create charts. It's confusing. There's probably a better way to do it. Take a screenshot, go to some tool like AI Studio, paste and say, yeah, that's a good idea, Matt. Let's try it. Probably get the whole thing. So this is our current design of our project. The reason why we have these attachments of data, we want the user to know what data they have access to make charts and generate analysis. This is like real-time data, not real-time. It is data that they can attach to their conversations, have and do analysis with, right? However, if we remove that, we're trying to figure out like how we could communicate to the user how to use this, right? Like the attachment serves a nice purpose of being very clear. Hey, this is what we have. You can click auto attach, and people are familiar with the idea of attachments, right? However, with that said, the way that we designed it might be still confusing currently to a user just looking at this. think it makes sense to me. So I just plugged all that into AI Studio, that kind of rambling. And now I'm going to say what you said, which is, let's go ahead and create 4 versions of this and take into account our target user. So I'm going to plug in our target user doc. Let's go grab it. Oops. So it's building. I don't know if it's going to create code or what here. I'm going to use this. I normally just use the web version on the, not AI Studio though. Oh, it's actually creating the docs. I mean interesting. Well, we'll see how that turns out. I don't know. I'll let it run over here. I'll bring it in when it's done. Yeah, no worries, Joni. I'm 27. Can elaborate a bit more, but get the idea. Yeah. Switch to Pro. Oh, shoot, did I forget to switch to Pro? Thanks, Matt. Let me make sure. So it made this. I guess we'll do full screen. Oh, cool. It's kind of neat. But does it solve our problem? Not really. Or it just looks the same, just in a different order. But like you said, let's see if we're in Pro. I'm not really sure. Oh, they may use Flash by default. Gotcha. Yeah, there was some delay on this. Ah, yeah, you're right. Gemini through Flash. They got me. Okay, and we'll attach the screenshot again. Build. So now it's creating some tests. Oh. Sorry, Matt. Man, these delays are huge. What the heck? Jesus. Is that really how long it is? You guys are probably like, damn, this guy doesn't never look at the chat. It's gotta be, that's gotta be at least 30 seconds, right? 40 seconds. I wonder if there's a way you can, I don't think so. Because this time I'm streaming directly to YouTube, so I think this is the lowest we can get as far as latency. Just that I know of. Sounds good, Joni. All right, so we got our little thing. Let's check it out. Curious. Oh, this is actually kind of good. I kind of like this. It's, I think it's much clearer. What do you guys think? It's like, you ask a question, it's pretty clear. Okay, I'm not connecting any data. I'm just talking about the AI. But if I click some of these, and then maybe we have an auto attach button somewhere, then I think that would make a lot more sense. Obviously, we'll keep our styling, but the general idea of doing this. So let's do like a side-by-side, I guess. Now it's like this. I think the reason it's better is because like this is on top. So the natural way to read it is like connect data, okay, chat. But this one is like you look at the chat and then you're like, okay. What are you coding? Work on like a research platform for people to get like for your portfolio. Get news every day, yeah, insights, and you can track your portfolio. Then you can do research and make charts and a bunch of cool stuff like this. Yeah. So I'm gonna take a screenshot, and I think I already did, but just in case, because I like it. Okay, so 157 tests pass. That is a lot of tests that it made for this thing. Well, it's worth a shot, I suppose. Let me try again. The type of question we're trying to get to work. Okay, so that did not work. Let me take a look at the tests. Our goal is to every type of bug we get, we try to capture in the tests, so we don't run into the same issue again, and we don't break things in the future. So we're going to start with this problem. So this is our current problem. We want to have this scenario in the tests. This should be a more probabilistic kind of test. The reason is because it requires like reading the graph. There's a few examples of this in the code. Use the flash model, you analyze the chart, whether it makes sense with the question. After you've created this test suite with questions like this, go ahead and try to figure out what has happened. Okay, please let me know how to complete this. Yeah, so probably we're going to be building for another 3-4 days, and then we'll slowly shift our percents to try to market it and sell our subscriptions. We already got Stripe and everything hooked up, but it's in test mode. Once we feel like we have a pretty good feature set, which I think will be 3-4 days, then we'll start to... Depends how long this chart stuff takes, but I think we're getting there. I'm making sure that most of the changes are within the mobile app stuff. I don't want it to modify our existing code base besides the mobile apps. That looks pretty good. Yeah, thanks, Matt, for the code. For the code, it's going to be pretty easy. Once we plug in the screenshot of what we've created, it will be able to duplicate what it saw. But you're right. If it somehow can't, then we would go into the code. Hopefully, it saves these, so I don't have to check. Yeah, it does. But I don't know for how long, I guess. Man, I haven't checked AI Studio in a long time. It's kind of cool. Has a lot of, you can deploy your app from here. I can deploy on Google Cloud. Oh, that's really smart. Nice. Oh, it's really clever. They made it so very beginner friendly. The API key will not be exposed in the app. They don't even have to worry about that. Okay, cool. Thanks, Matt. I could just Google it. It's fine. When I'm saying that stuff, I'm just talking out loud, so it's just so you guys know. It's not like I'm helpless. I'm like, oh, this guy's just not even able to Google. But thank you. It's on your G Drive. Thank you. Let me change songs. Cool. Thanks, Matt. Yeah, AI Studio is pretty cool. Actually, improved quite a lot since I last checked it out. That's cool. They have another. Oh, they came up with this idea of remixing. I don't know if they had that before, but neat. Is this 3JS? That's some other library. Probably uses it. Anyways. Semantic tests. All right, I'll just let it finish that. I guess while it does that, let's do this part. Cool, this makes sense. Let's go ahead and we're gonna go ahead and hook it up with the rest of it, of what we have. That we have this runner script for deploy. Our deploy runs this script for the Google Cloud function. We're gonna connect this, and it should store in Firebase now. So look at this project. You should have everything you need to hook it up. Oh, right, already in the project. going, Mr. Cammy? We are waiting. We're building tests. We're scraping Nancy Pelosi's data, the trading data, or other types. And we're going to add it to our platform. So you can add in Nancy Pelosi. Tommy Tuberville is the guy's name or something. Is it Thomas or Tommy? I don't know. Yeah, it's Tommy. So and you'll be able to like do line charts and things like down here. Like this, you'll have like, you can show your portfolio and have like Nancy Pelosi's. It's not very accurate though, unfortunately. So you guys have seen those trackers. They're pretty just like the filings they give. You can't really make it super accurate, but we'll add it. It's like a little fun thing. Do you do project reviews? We do. I guess you have to clarify what you mean. I'm not really sure. Oh, you mean me reviewing the project? We do have a Discord. If you want to join, you can post your project there. People kind of. We have a little channel or a little section for that. I'll look at it if you want. So, whenever we have a bug like the one we had recently, we like to create the test to catch the bug and then fix it with the test. And then that way the test will always have this test case with us so we can run it if in the future when we break something related to it. Yeah, no problem. I'm just curious, did you find this by running the test or did you just look at the screenshot? Because I wanted to run the test, get the error, fix it, and that's pretty good flow, I would say. So the API key is available. Take a look at the other existing tests. And scan through how they work, and you should make it work the same way. This is a semantic test. Maybe we should adapt our test file to have more info. Because right now it just has the commands. So it was a little confused when implementing the test. Tried to do something a little different from our other tests. So now if we deploy, will this be running every day? And will it store in Firestore? Oops. Cool. Thanks, Mr. Kami. Check it out at some point. Probably won't check it out right at this moment because but I'll definitely check it out later today. If you don't mind. Cool. Healthcare services. It's helpful. So you're telling me the test successfully caught the issue. However, you're saying that the... Oh, I see. You're saying... Got it. Makes sense. All right. So now let's get to the fix. Why do you think this is happening? Go through the flow for... It starts with the mappers. Or the... Not the mappers, the helpers. I'm going to give it the script that I made. What's this? Heck. The only thing is this is weird. I don't know why it made this function. Maybe for the tests, but I prefer... It doesn't do that because it doesn't make sense. Generate content. So how come no pattern triggers it? Did we just not give it any example for how to when to call this? Don't explain more in detail. So it stores the Congress data in Congress trades. So the code changes you made didn't affect any of the existing storage. Let me double check. But yep, just added new files. Where did you hook it up to the run all? I have a feeling in this case it's telling me something that's not true, but we will see. Okay, we just want to make one change. We don't need to run it every day because these filings are only once every 45 days. So we'll just run it like maybe like once a week. And we're going to collect Pelosi, but now we're going to add Tommy Tuberville. What do you mean no client is being passed, you know? Like, I don't understand. Because we have 2 executors. So we have 2 executors here. One is the one that's working for our macro data. So are you saying in the mobile app data we're not actually executing anything? So you need to explain more. Oh, I get it. Made another fallback thing. See, that's what I'm talking about, guys. It's much better to have the error. It made this hit this else branch where it has a bunch of defaults code that it runs, which is confusing. So the pattern, we shouldn't have any fallback code. So like we should not be ever doing limited keywords pattern match stuff. It's just horrible. So please remove all of that. We're depending on the LLM to generate the script. No fallback code. It's kind of frustrating because we put that in, you know, what are all the things we do? We put it in the plan. We put it in our system prompts. We repeat it over and over, but at the end of the day, the LLM does what it wants. So it is what it is. Hard to get it to do the right thing for this particular problem. Nasty. Do I use VS Code? I use anti-gravity every once in a while. I open VS Code, but don't usually use it very often. Maybe, yeah, let's just add a few other house members, maybe. Maybe Dan Crenshaw and this other guy. So just two. What is this LM base? This is just a utility file or something. That's really, really weird. Install velocity. Okay, I'm gonna go grab a coffee. I'll be right back. Okay, we're back. Okay, so we had some tests. So don't seem to be very good, as doesn't currently work. So we're going to try to fix that. Something happened along the way. I don't think this changed anything, so I'm pretty sure it's still broken. Let me check. So here's what I wanted these tests to do, right? It's very similar to this test package I'm about to attach you. Oh, hey, look at it. Oh, I guess technically my question is kind of vague, right? That's probably a component of it. How has been estudiantes in reading? Let's see what it does there. How have. Oh, very nice. The only thing that I'm noticing here is defaulting to I see what it's done. It's kind of like comparing it's putting all the competitors, but you might not want that, right? Although I'm curious if it already implemented the iteration competitors. Okay. So let's add this test case as well. I mean, there's two components. Firstly, I'm going to try adding this without. Not the iteration part. Okay. Let me look at the script here. Oh, I see. It looks like our rating trend helper, it's taking in a little bit too much of the code in there. The helper should just take in, like, the LM's kind of extracting out what we're doing, potentially doing a little bit querying. We want the LLM to be able to pass in to our helpers data that's kind of going to be in a similar format to how this interface works. The reason is because the user might want only to have one thing in the chart, you know, and they might want to add more, but we give the user the flexibility. So I think basically you've baked in too much of the logic into the helper functions. But with that said, it is progress. You just have to take out a bit of that and just leave it to the LLM. So let's try, let's just make sure it works with other ones. Nice. So yeah, compares to the competitors. Kind of bake that in. Yeah, HBO Max is... Oh, right. This is sample data. I was like, I'm learning something. Because the LLM should be the one kind of helping us get what we want out of the chart. Take a look at the examples in the file I gave. Before you fix it, create tests for this particular scenario. Okay, it sounds like this might be a simple fix. I think it has something to do with the LLM prompts there. You have to just pass in the right parameters to our helper functions, and then if it does that, then it should work. And then we can start querying our app data, which is fun. But we need to come up, I mean, a really important part about this is we need to make this a little more generic. So I have a third generic pipeline. There's going to be a few trade-offs with how that'll work. Like the charts will be worse and things like that. But it is worth it because then we can really move quickly. We can add tons of data. We'll have some, you know, curated data sets that will look very nice and make you good charts. But if people want to add their own, they can. It's just the charts might not look as good, or there's going to be some other trade-offs, like might be a little harder because the data will need to be queryable and all this stuff. $900 subscribers. That is cool. It's very even. So we are currently getting Dan Crenshaw and another House representative, and then we will deploy that. It should run like once every 7 days for the collection. Cool. So I made some new tests. Yep, that looks like correct. It's looking at this interface file. We're going to probably modify this prompt. Prompt engineering. Oh, hey, Lockie, sorry I didn't your message. I'm spending $200. The $100 one was pretty good. That's 2 if you're not you don't want to do that. Oh yeah, gotcha. That makes sense. Exactly. Yeah, okay, that makes sense. Trying to think, because if we had more data, I don't want to, because it did take us a long time to hook this up, right? Probably collectively 5 hours, 6 hours. So if I will hook up more data, we have to make it way faster. That's the next thing we need to do. What do you think about cursor? For some reason, I burned through my cursor stuff so quickly. To manage token usage, cursor. Yeah, exactly. Cursor limits too fast. I agree. Okay, so now it's running the tests. I'm going to see. This looks like a pretty simple fix here. Did not create a list of apps. That should create a list of apps and pass it in. It's fixing some of the tests. Okay, so here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to prepare this prompt. Thought I put it here. That's annoying. Let's go find it. Schema. I was like pretty damn sure I put it here. Where else would it have gone? Oh, okay, it's this dock here. We're good. So I did put it here. So what I'm doing here is I'm noting, we're going to have to do this kind of thing a lot, potentially. So I'm noting the problems that we ran into during it, so that way next time we implement this, it'll be faster, hopefully. But with that said, we should probably just make it more generic. It's going to be interesting if we can get that to work. Nice. What does this mean? It's percents. Shh. We can fix that too, but that's another thing. Hmm. I think I know why that happened. Because it added a bunch of examples in the interface of things that don't exist. Hmm. So the thing is, we're gonna fix the labels, and we're gonna fix this other thing, uh, which which is I think it needs to create a doc with all the apps similar to how these other datasets work. I'm just trying to think. We need to figure out a way to make this a little more generic. So next time, very easy to plug in new data, because that's the point of this. Because if every time we have a new data set takes 4 or 5 hours, that's too long. We do have a plan now that we've created, but it's still a little bit... Just need to simplify, I think, a bit. That is my take. That's adding some tests. Also, go ahead and fix... Did you, for the apps, did you actually pass in the list of apps that we have in our data set similar to what we did for the companies? I'll send the specific scenario here. So the scenario, create a test for it as well. Hey, at PyDar, it's just a little bit of practice, you know. I have my other screen here, so I just keep it over here if I'm ever doing anything. And make sure to use a git ignore so it doesn't show up on your GitHub desktop. And put in the system prompts not to not have Cloud Code show it. Or read it, rather. System here. Okay, let me test this change. And next, we're going to probably change the UI a bit. We have a screenshot of what we're doing. That should go pretty quick. Cool. Yeah, so this one's weird. I think it's related to what I put in the interface. The reason I'm going quickly with these ones is because we already fixed these before, so it's just a matter of fixing it in this pipeline too. We need to figure out a quick way, but as we're going, we're saving in that doc. So next time we implement this, it should be quicker. Oh, is it really still show percents? Oh no, it doesn't. What's it talking about? So I paused it because I thought it didn't fix because I sent it an old screenshot. Okay, so we added Crenshaw and Gottheimer. Crenshaw doesn't really... Interesting. Pelosi underperforming that much seems kind of wrong. Do you think we made a mistake? So the next thing is we're going to generate like, because with the others, the financial ones, we have like 100 tests or whatever. We're going to do the same thing for the app data. Generate just tons of questions that someone might ask, and then that'll be good. And then we'll do the UI while it's doing that. How do you manage the use of API AL models by users so that the AI build doesn't explode? You add two things. You should be very careful. You need to add rate limiting as well as authentication. So I use Firebase for authentication. And above your endpoints, you're going to put like an annotation that's saying only if you're an admin. So there's authentication and authorization, right? So you have to be not only authenticated, as a user, but you have to be an actual specific user in order to use the endpoint. Because if you don't do that, if someone figures out your endpoint, they can just call it a million times, and that'll not be good. But that's why you also put in rate limiting and a limits, so that way even if you do make a mistake, and you can use, I think it's Python Flask limiter or something. Even if you do make a mistake, you still have that rate limiting there, so hopefully you catch it pretty soon. So that's what I would do. As for an example, I would talk with AI, just those two concepts, right? Like auth on endpoints plus rate limiting. And just talk with it, learn about the libraries available. Learn. I just send that. Yeah, just kind of send those, and kind of learn. It's good that you ask those questions though, because yeah, could be a problem, if you deploy publicly and you don't. I don't know about that. See if that works. So when I ask this question, are the schemas that we're bringing in not going to be both Netflix and Meta's schemas? Yeah, so I thought. This might be a bug in... This is number 5. Profile field. Says your platform of usage limits for users, yeah. It just gives you, it just doesn't allow you to continue. So we have a certain amount of credits, and then once it's 0, then I don't think we made an error message, but it's just not going to allow it, because once you're at 0, the logic is it just doesn't work. So, but you bring up a good point. We should show a separate error. The first thing we show is the upsell, but because we haven't, our Stripe is still in test mode, no one can. Well, we haven't. The backend is down at the moment, but it's just going to give you a generic error instead of like, hey, like, you're out of credits. Speaking of that, we should probably add how many credits are in the user's profile. I think I didn't do that. Let me check. Oh no, I did. Okay, so this will be here. So at the very least, they can see that. But we need a error in the UI. So you just make sure you have kind of basically you have multiple fallbacks, right? Number one, you have your credits. But if you for some reason make a mistake, at least you have the rate limiting, and then you have the authentication, the authorization on the important endpoints. So you kind of add those layers. Hey Sodahead, how's it going? You're checking your code for n+1 problems and million row problem. We don't have that much data yet, right? And we're pruning the schemas, but I'm gonna look this up because I don't really know all the things you're saying. Yeah. So we're not going to run into this problem because we have a key, and we're not. This is just going to grab this document, and then I don't think we could run into a problem where it's going so deep that, and also we have a timeout too. So worst case scenario, if we do make a mistake, our pipeline does have a timeout, so it'll just return an error. I believe the timeout's 30 seconds. So worst case scenario, and then million row problem. It sounds like that's a limit in Excel. So in this case, we don't have to. It sounds like maybe a similar thing you're thinking about if we have a really large data set. So number one, we prune the schema and grab only what we need. And then number two, we're not going like we don't have this huge layer of nested structure, if that makes sense. It's probably 3 or 4 layers deep, I would say. So don't have to worry too much about that either. Yeah. Probably need to read a little more. I think, given the size of our data set, I don't think, even if we weren't implementing it optimally, the query, I'm kind of relying on the synchronization. Well, also, we're using NoSQL. Okay, but the problem isn't unique to relational. So it retrieves a list of primary records, then executes a separate additional. Oh, okay. So we're not doing that. We're definitely not. We're generating one query. We're not generating a second query, a third query, a fourth query. It's one query based on the schema. Yeah. So it's not an iterative prompting to get the data, if that makes sense. Oh, it's a good idea, Sodahead, yeah. Oh, yeah, let's go ahead and do that. Why not? But first I'm going to finish this. So why would we... we can pretty easily support multiple profiles. I mean, we do it with the company's data. So why do we have this limitation? Yeah. Simple as that. Oh, stop that. So annoying. Okay, that sounds good. Remove all that backwards compatibility stuff. And then we'll be good. Are you under a blanket? Hey, raise Bubba. I don't know. It's just comfortable. It is a little cold. Not too cold, I just like it. How are you doing? So right now it's testing our... It said Pelosi underperformed by 29%. This seems not true. But we will double check. Chat up high to use profiles. Okay, so it's sending it all the way through. That sort of makes sense. What is this here? This is a comment, I think. Okay. Okay, so it did find a problem with. I mean, there's no way Pelosi would underperform, so we'll run the test again. Okay, so much better. Index is 42%. Glad you're consistently streaming. Yes. Are there topic restrictions on this platform? For instance, would non-investing questions like code debugging? Yes. Yeah. Are these limits enforced via system prompts? Obviously, the way that this is run, one of the things that you have to be careful of is that kind of thing. But we're using restricted Python and some other things to try to reduce anything that could happen in that regards. But yeah. A foolproof is potentially, I think what we're going to do going forward, however, is probably start up a Docker, run the thing. This is the foolproof way, so we'll probably do that. It's just it's going to be probably add we'll see probably 2 to 3 seconds of latency. So that'd be kind of interesting. But with that said, we're keeping the backend down until we implement that. So and figure out a few other things. Once we get that, then we'll deploy it. There are certain other topic restrictions. For example, it doesn't give you recommendations and this kind of thing. Like you try. So there are some system prompts we give to avoid those kinds of things as well. They ask Netflix recent reviews. Cool. Let's go ahead and try it. Oh. Please remove all the backwards compatibility things you added. We do not want this because we want to know if there's an error. We have no users. And leave out that last part. I mean, we can go ahead and try, like, let's say I ask a programming question. Okay, so it does actually answer questions about programming. So we should add some extra stuff there. Just add layers and layers to reduce the amounts of stuff it can generate. And then we'll add a final layer, which is the mix of things that I talked about a second ago. So Gottheimer, yeah, there's no way Gottheimer is underperforming by 90%. I don't know who he is, but that sounds extremely bad. Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and run it. Oh, I see. Hmm. Yeah, I get what you're saying. Equal slash. Hmm. 1 second here. Experience those long ass error messages. Yeah, definitely. Sometimes they're not very informational. Oh, 1 second here. I'm modifying. Okay, cool. I'll sign out, sign back in. I just dropped the table again because I'm testing out what it's like to be a new user. So right now I just always drop the tables for the users because I don't really not keeping anything. I think it cached maybe our conversations. It's ordered. Oh, hey, Matt, how's it going? Install browser extension, new version of Cloud Code. Okay, yeah, cool. We'll do that later. Right now I'm kind of going through database here. Still eating everything. Don't really need it. A lot of the stuff is just kind of old stuff. One second, guys. Go. Okay, I'm almost done. 1 second. Okay, I'm done. So, let's see what we got here. Prove the backwards compatibility. Let's go ahead and try it. So it should compare Meta and Netflix. Nice. Looks pretty good. Let me, because I know what kind of baked those in there. We do how it has Carvana. What else did we do? Messenger. Nice. Looks pretty good. Let's see. Okay, now what we want to do, take a look at insights. Do you see how we have like this list of questions that we're asking? We want to generate a list of questions that you might ask the mobile app data. That's kind of like along the same lines, but you let's start with you generating a ton of questions, and we're gonna make sure if they make sense, and then if they do, we're going to start building a large test set. I'm gonna commit fix bug. Very descriptive. Okay, for now, let's just do Pelosi. That sounds good. And so let's remove Gottheimer and Crenshaw. Oh no, we'll keep Gottheimer because he trades a lot, I guess. Is there any way we can kind of just anything we can fix with Gottheimers? Do you think all of these questions can be answered by our helpers? Take a look. And then we'll start implementing the tests. Okay, cool. Make sure to include, like, allow the user to choose, add some tests for like choosing which chart to use. So they might say make a table, make a, they might give specific instructions like make the x-axis have this many labels, something like this. So we need to test this. So I'd kind of another test suite for specific requests of the chart. All right, go ahead and implement these. You don't need to do 120. Let's just do 60. Okay, that was pretty fast. Okay, go ahead and run these. Well, before you run them, these are integration tests, right? Like it's actually going to generate the image and generate output into the output folder, have the images and the logs. So it's making a lot of tests. That's why it's taking a while. Make sure I commit everything. Oh, cool. Nice. Okay, this one, toast. What happened there? Okay, so the percent thing is broken, I think. Just to limit the... Okay, so there's a number of problems. Hmm. Okay. Let's look at our notes here. We can cross out a few things we did. 15. We added this. There are some bugs. This one is king, but let's look at the tests currently. A lot more of them. For some reason, it seems to be asking the same questions very frequently. That's kind of cool. I like this one. Must be mostly a labeling issue. I wonder why all of these are sharing way too many, though. Comparisons. Yeah, I mean, they're at least all generating. A little buggy, but overall, pretty good. Sentiment comparisons across the apps. Okay. TikTok user complaints. Actually 0. Wait, was it 0 on the others? Instagram one. Yeah, why don't we... Okay, what do app IDs look like? What's the... Give me an example. I can't remember. Did I make it? Hold on, I'm going to sign out and sign in. Can't remember if I made it so people could generate charts immediately. Let's try. Okay, apparently they can. Well, let's see if it subtracts a credit. It should. Okay. We have 4 credits. I'm gonna hit the limit here. It should. I'm pretty sure. Can't do it here, right? It's just the default LLM, so there's no. Cool. Okay, so I just tested some things with a new profile. I think it's all good. So I'm gonna log back into my admin. Okay, but that parameter doesn't exist. Should I add app ID support to the comparison? I think ideally it's just like a list of these. I kind of understand that the structure of the data that we're getting doesn't have this, it just has. I suppose. So basically what would happen here is I guess the LLM would interpret what they said and try to find the ID and put in the app IDs. Can you list potential problems with this though? Could be a little bit problematic. Let me see here. Yeah, could we go ahead and add an app names parameter? But we do need to update our scripts for our collection. So you can do that in... So we'll have the app ID, but we'll also have like the app names, and that's probably what we would use. Okay, update the apps parameter. I think that makes sense. Then we'll run the tests again. And we do have some things to fix here. Hold on. With the weird, like, it's the y-axis problem. Let's see here. Oh yeah, this one too. See here. Cool. And then we'll test this, and I think that'll be probably what we do today in terms of the I think it's pretty good. We got like, it's solidly generating some different types of charts based on our app data. That's fun. Tomorrow we're going to work on probably adding a bit more data, ironing out the kinks. And we want to make this a little more generic so we can add any type of data. That would be really nice. So I could be just uploading it. We can figure out the schema, and then we send it to the LLM to try to query. Let's see here. Just kind of merge the types. Let's see. Cool. So we're rerunning the 3 failing tests. And then we'll test it ourselves a little bit. These are integration. We have a lot of different types of tests. We have our integration tests. We have like a more probabilistic kind of test where it takes a screenshot, sends it to the LLM to see if it makes sense based on the question. It's kind of interesting. And we have the our unit tests. Our unit tests we usually build before we implement it, and then integration and end-to-end tests after. And for chart-related questions, sometimes we do these like send it to the LLM. We have some tests like this. Those are our 4. I think it's called semantic tests or something. So the nice thing when you do that is it finds things as it's running the tests to fix. But we always review after because sometimes it's a little bit weird, but generally does a pretty good job. It depends on what we're doing. So if we're doing something that's kind of like we're building a whole new feature, then we'll create a test plan, go through the test plan as well. In this case, we're adding just tests to fix a bug. So I usually just kind of let it do its thing if the bug's not too crazy. In this case, it's just about it has to pass in an array of app IDs because we were just storing like this for the schema to get the specific app. So I'll show you in the test we're getting way too many. It's not able to bring it down to 1 or 2 because it's getting like a whole category of apps. So we want it to be able to, when we get the data, we just store the IDs. That way the user can just get a couple. So in this case, I'm feeling like, okay, I'll just read it. It's probably okay. I don't really like how I added that ID too, though. I kind of just wanted the name to be what we use for getting the apps. Because I don't want to have to populate more than we need to. So we'll probably fix that, I guess. Just not use the types, just use the names. I know there's a lot of people using this, but kind of slow today, especially later in the day. You switch to Gemini Flash maybe tomorrow if it slows down. Gemini 3. I think I'm probably going to head out, but it's been a pretty productive day. We're getting close. Built a lot of tests. We have our mobile app data we can answer questions about. And we can do it in the platform. Here, I deleted the things, but you can see in our GitHub desktop running all these tests. Some of them are broken. Gotta fix the labeling. And we do have to limit how many either they can put or we fixed this on the other chart for financial data. We have to do it for this data too. Very cool. I'm going to head out. I'll see you guys later.